forward, come forward, so that we have a full house, a fuller house for the camera people. The topic we're discussing this morning is capturing attention in a crowded world, building strong communities, and crafting engaging, interactive experience. And we have a lineup of wonderful experienced professionals that will be discussing this topic. I would like to call on the panelists that will be handling these discussions. The first person. All right, sorry for the break in transmission. It's technical issues. Oh, okay. Before we go into the session, I would like to find out from us kind of feedback. A kind of feedback. Did you enjoy yesterday's session? From the audience, did you enjoy yesterday's session? No, that your yes is very low. Did you enjoy yesterday's session? Okay. I want to hear from one or two persons, especially the young ones. Yes, the students especially. What are your expectations? Any student here? Okay. Let me come to you.
Good morning, everybody. Yesterday, I really enjoyed myself. And there are some things I used to see on the social media. But when I attend yesterday's program, I now understood it very well. So I'm expecting another beautiful lecture today again that will inspire me.
Can you be a bit more specific so that we know those things that you...
In terms of sharing your platform with other platforms. You see, when I watch YouTube, I'll just see some people, they will feature in another person's platform. I keep wondering, are they working together or what is really going on? But I don't really know. Not until when I came here yesterday and I listened carefully at the lecture, so I now understood.
Okay. Any other person? Okay, fine.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mebrado Temabo, and basically, like what I got from yesterday's event, when the lecture was ongoing, there's a first lecture by the former GM of Guinness, MD of Guinness, I beg your pardon, yeah. So he talked about some very critical statistics, which is important as a content creator. You need to have the stats for your target audience and then people consuming your content. And he mentions that you have a drift of about 70% to online digital platforms. And that's very critical for me because if I have that at the back of my mind, I focus my content on the phone and then digital. Although I'll still do content for terrestrial, but it gives me, it arms me with information to be able to create better content and get better conversions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Put a round of applause for yourselves. Okay, this morning we'll be looking at capturing attention. We discussed yesterday about sustainable content in a fragmented world. Today we're looking at capturing attention in a crowded world. That your content, how will you use it to capture attention? Because it's fragmented. A lot of people have divided attention. How will your own content attract viewers or listeners, depending on the platform you are using? Well, I'll move straight to the panelists. I'm calling on the Emeritus President of Nemcea, the Managing Director or the Chairperson of RL Media and Advertising, Mrs. Jibe Ologe. Put your hands together. If you are not clapping for Mrs. Ologe, she's not just the Emeritus President, she's a member of the Board of Trustees of Nemcea. And during her administration, this noble Nemcea was birthed. Another round of applause for Mrs. Ologe. Thank you, Mrs. Ologe. I call on the Managing Director and CEO of All Seasons Zenith, Mr. Afanide Wem. A round of applause for him, the boss himself. It looks so simple, but it's very, very loaded. Mr. Wem, you're welcome. Okay, and to join them on this discussion is the Managing Director of Liambos Media, the presenter of Wives Round Table, Mrs. Amaka Chibuza Obi. A louder round of applause for Amaka. Okay, I'm calling on there's one other person that will join them. Is a representative from the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission. Sorry, I don't have his name here, but I can see him, but I don't know his name. Okay, he's a special advisor to the DG of NBC, Mr. Kunle Famous Cole. A round of applause for him. Nigerian Broadcasting Commission, the SBA. Welcome, sir. And to anchor this very event is the delectable Managing Director of Parallels Media Group, Mrs. Osayuamen Saleh. A round of applause. You are not clapping. She's already capturing attention. Oh, yeah? You're welcome. So I'll hand over to you now.
Thank you very much. Okay. Let me start. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Okay, so we're expecting a fuller room, but we'll make do with what we have. Go ahead. Yes. So by a show of hand, how many people are very conscious of content creation today, and you're very active, doing things online and engaging, or building a community online just by a show of hands, so we know if we're speaking to the right people in the room? Okay, that's a good number. All right, so just a quick summary. I have been in the media space for over a decade, and my goal has been curating content, right? For me, I believe media is very powerful and should not be overlooked in how much media can influence, a lot of lives and move things forward. So it's really an honor to be here, to be moderating this session, and I'm hoping that we're able to really unpack the realities of capturing attention in a very crowded and very saturated world. Today, everything is fast. It's like microwave. Everybody, before you try to digest one content, right? Something else is already trending. So yeah, that's how the world is today. But just for context, right? I would like us to establish something. What does capturing attention mean? Would we liken it to clicks, or would we liken it to long-term engagements? I will just start with, yeah, since you're closer to me, I'll start with you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
That's Jibe, right?
My name is Jibe
Jibe, yes.
Odogi. Yeah. When you talk about capturing attention, there are various things you're looking at, but in this era where countless voices compete for our time, our focus and our trust, the challenge is basically not the information, but rather the ability to filter the information, prioritize it, and engage meaningfully. So you capture attention strategically. You have to be strategic if you want to capture attention. You understand? So there's a lot of information out there. So how do I make sure that my information is the one that gets the attention and keep you there, retain that attention? So you have to be strategic.
So if you were to pick, would you pick long-term engagement, or you're going to pick clicks? For you, what would be success matrix to say that, yes, we've been successful in capturing the attention?
Long-term engagements, because if I can retain your attention, I've captured the attention. So strategically, I'm going to put our content out there that is going to keep you. And for you to do that, I have to be authentic with what I'm giving the information. And to be strategic in such a way that, I can retain your attention. So long-term is more profitable. Not just, not snackable content, so to speak. Or snackable content can easily be forgotten. Okay. So long-term is better.
All right. Let me come to Kunle. Kunle, are you with me? Focus. You see, that's the attention we're looking for. Just have your eyes gazed on me for now. I know your boss is here. I know. All protocols duly observed. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Okay. Yes. Yeah, I caught the attention too. All right. So would you agree with her, when it comes clicks, engagements, what would be your preference? Would it be you just want people to just engage with the post, or actually have something that you can use to build a community in the process?
Okay, I would answer that question using the big tech, YouTube. In September 2020, because margins were being threatened from TikTok, Snapchats, and the rest of them, short videos, Instagram. So YouTube decided to go into YouTube Shorts to sort of claw back on what they were losing, particularly the threat from TikTok. Now, in answering your question, so I've just situated that that's like, it is much more and more of, anyway, I want to put things in perspective. It is the sole purpose of YouTube Shorts is that they looked at the metrics and saw that people had a short attention span. People wanted it short, simple, snappy. So that was, and what was underpinning that was engagement, not clicks. So if you, the corollary from that is that engagement is key, not clicks. You can click on clickbait, you can click on what you don't want, but does it sustain the interest? So I do agree. It's
So
engagement.
Okay.
Yes.
So Kunle, sorry, Afamide, Afanide, right?
You can
OM,
call me
okay,
OM,
OM
yeah.
is fine. Okay. Let me come to you. When you see,
I will add an adjective to that: meaningful engagement.
yeah, I was just saying, break down what meaningful engagement
Absolutely.
is.
If it's at the end of the day, what does it positively impact on me as a brand, whether an individual or a product? So if it doesn't positively impact on me, then I will say, what is that engagement for? So brands are looking for, now, when I say brands, I mean brand in the context of be it a human or a product, because individuals are brands. People position themselves as brands. So if it doesn't positively, for products, they are looking for sales,
Conversions.
return on investments, exactly. For individuals, they might be looking for popularity, they might be looking for endorsement. So what is the meaningful engagement I'm getting out of that? So I will say, for me to look at something and say, look, this is a brand or a product I want to put my money behind, I will ask myself a lot of questions. What will it offer to me in the long term? So it's very, very important that engagement must be quite meaningful.
Meaningful engagement.
Absolutely.
All right, so the beautiful ladies the lady in multiple colors, that's the word I'm looking for. So, I mean, you've built a show, right? And Wives Roundtable, I believe. When you were thinking about curating that content, because it's important that I used to be very, I want to do a talk show. Because I produce talk shows for clients, and I also produce talk shows personally for our consumption within our organization. And since the awareness came, would I call it the awakening? When I'm creating a content, I'm thinking, would an advertiser want to put their advert on this show? Will it also engage the audience to want to make, meaningful interaction with the content? So when you think from the standpoint of, I need this content to give me money, I believe the approach to even curating the content in the first place will be different. It will not be your regular, I just want to do talk show, I want to do podcast, right? So from that aspect, can you break down practicality, your content, and how you think, you have been able to capture the attention of your audience, and what you think are your key pointers to show that your content is successful?
Thank you. So my show turned 12 in April. We've been on air
Can we give her a round of applause? It's not easy to do
Yes.
12 years of show.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Honestly, I need that round
Yes,
of
so
applause.
she
In
does.
fact, if you see me press small thing inside my hand, because it's not easy, yeah. But I'm going to start that question, or the answer to that question, from something that Madam Agatha Martha mentioned yesterday. She said, when you want to, create a program or a content, you need to ask yourself 3 questions. Who am I creating this for? What am I trying to achieve? And where do I intend to place this content? In 2013, when I was starting Wives Roundtable, in fact, it's like, I don't know, I didn't know anything about content then, but somehow I had asked myself these questions before I started. So from the name of the show already, you know who it's for. Wives Roundtable. So I wanted to get across to women who are married, right? That was my target market at the time. And so, that was how the name came up. The who was answered. Now the what did I want to achieve? I wanted to achieve wholesomeness for women who are married, because that was the era where we were beginning to see lots of marital issues, lots of people, trying to say that marriage is kind of a prison, marriage is where dreams go to die. Marriage is scam. If you want to just lose your dreams and ambition, get married. Things like that. All those sorts of subtle, would I call it reconstruction of people's mindsets negatively. So I wanted to correct that impression. I wanted to let people know that you can be married and wholesome, you can be married and thrive, you can be married and still do everything you want to do as a woman. And I wanted to tell people who were already married, who had lost their way somehow, that you can still find your way back and thrive. So that was what I wanted to talk about. So the way I came in, where were we going to have these conversations? Of course, we all know that marriage is a very dicey conversation. It's sensitive, lots of issues, right? Radio seemed perfect for it, so that the people who come up to talk about their marriages can have some sort of anonymity and some sort of coverage for them to be able to speak. So answering all of these questions, Wives Roundtable was birthed, and then I realized that lots of brands also understood where I was coming from. They understood the vision. I mean, we all know that for so many brands, women are the target market, right? They are the purchasers in the home. And so Wives Roundtable sort of like became that vehicle that they could use to get into the homes. And so your question is, how did I, figure out what to create and sustain it for this long? It's basically that. I feel like so many people right now just look at what other people are doing and say, oh, that seems good, let me jump into that space.
It's trending.
Exactly, it's trending. But that is not sustainable, especially if there is no long-term vision for it, no impact measure for it. You wouldn't sustain it. You might get the clicks right now, like a flash in the pan, but it's gone. So you need to ask yourself these questions and answer them. And then the second question you asked about how I've been able to measure the impact. Babe, do you have time? Because, so I'll just talk about one of them, right? I was at an event last year, and a woman walked up to me and she said, I need to take a picture with you. I get that a lot, so it wasn't anything. So while I was standing with her and the person was trying to snap us, she just whispered into my ear, you saved my marriage. And I'm like, whoa. She said, let's snap first. So we took the picture. I pulled her to a corner after, and I'm like, what? She said she and her husband were already discussing divorce. And she listened to one of my topics where I talked about reigniting the spark in your marriage. That was one of the topics. As I'm talking about it, I'm getting emotional. And she said, she just, she sent her husband a message and she said, I just listened to a show. There are some things that they talked about. Can we try this one last time before we, go our separate ways? They had already decided. She had gotten a lawyer and all of that. She said it was irreconcilable differences. But they did some of those things we talked about. And the man said, you know what, let's still put small effort. And that event, she said there were 3 years. So her marriage is now divided into pre-almost divorce and post-almost divorce. So it was like 3 years post-almost divorce. Wow. And that for me, honestly, in my mind, I was like, if Wives Roundtable ends today, we have achieved our aim.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
I think at that point, she also deserves another Another hand clap. But thank you so much for that. Because you see, the reason I actually wanted you to go deep into your content, somebody might be watching here. I don't know whether it's only me. It's like everybody are podcasters today. Like you just wake up, you sneeze, somebody has started a podcast, Everybody is creating content. And I understand because content is the future, right? You really cannot do without content. Today, if I want to learn how to wear lipstick, right, there is a content for it. I want to do so. You can literally stay in your niche, in your passion, and build a content, and you build a community around it. But there's something that, I don't know who are the advertisers here. I think you are close to advertising here. Advertisers are always very keen on virality. They're keen on popularity. So, which is why I wanted us to really break down. So if somebody wants to start a content, don't bother with impact. Somebody come and call me aside and tell me you saved my marriage. That's not what we are looking for. I want 10 million views. I want 10 million views. I want 100 million likes. Those are what advertisers are looking for. And 12 years is not a joke. I salute you. Because we are just 6 years into it. And I almost quit the beginning of this year because I was because you're constantly creating content, but you're not getting the ads. So you're spending, but you're not earning back. So it's not a joke. You really need money to be able to keep this content alive. So what do we need to start to do? How do we position ourselves as producers, content writers and all of that? How do we position ourselves that attracts the funds from that advert spend? So when they are deciding on where to, allocate funding, your content will always come, on that table, that conversation. So let me start with you. Yeah.
We call it
ratings. I understand. But I don't trust you people's ratings, though.
No, it's not. There is a company that started with that responsibility.
Yeah.
They track content. They track your audience when they are watching. They even know when the remote control changes from your content to another one. They know when somebody else is clicking. They know when you click in and out. So there's a company responsible for that, yeah? But for those of us who create content, I have been creating content since 2001.
Whoa.
And that is how many
24 years?
Yes, 24
Wow.
years.
Okay.
So
we have a senior madam.
we started with Young Scholars. Before it was Eleganza Young Brains, sponsored by Eleganza for 4 years. And organized by the Ministry of Education in Lagos State while I was producing. Then later we now started doing Health Monitor with the Ministry of Health, for the hospitals. We started Lasambo's campaign, and all of that. But at the end of the day, we are creating content, not basically for clicks. Because MQuan is an association of CEOs that create content. Sometimes we're creating content to reorganize,
re-engineer the minds of people.
The minds of the Nigerian people, And NO is creating content for that as well. For example, our children, because I do Young Scholars for Children. We're creating content for our children so that they can think Nigeria and feel Nigeria. We want our children to redirect their attention from Nickelodeon because that content is meant to reshape their mind to think West. We are saying no, think Nigeria. So most of the time we're not really looking for clicks. But if you want clicks, yes. So what we do in terrestrial production, you do production that, will engage the people. As she said, people are getting blessed. I remember one time I was traveling out of the country and I met someone at the airport, one very fine girl. She ran up to me, "Hey, Madam Jibi." I said, "Yeah, do I know you?" Said, "I was a young scholar." Whoa. So she was a young scholar. But now she's a big girl and she still remembered. And a lot of these young scholars, you bring them to the studio, you teach them how to present their case. You teach them how, in a society where children are just in a room, they don't talk. Children should be seen and not heard. Although the case is changing now, You are a modern woman. I don't think you do that to your children.
No,
But
I
there are
don't.
some children that still run into the room when they hear daddy's horn.
No, I
You
don't.
know, so in the studio, we teach them to express themselves
Confidence, yeah.
and to speak.
Okay.
So we create content that can impact, positively. A lot of us here, we do drama series, films, and most of those drama series are watched all over the world. And it's impacting them. It's impacting societies. Sometimes you want to learn more about Nigeria, you watch Nollywood. You watch content to bless you, to know, so that you can know about your country. So basically, not really for the clicks. Maybe for social media, yes. You want clicks. You want people to be able to say you have 20 million views, and that's what advertisers are looking for. Fine, but for you to do that, you need to engage your people. I don't know whether you know this creator called Very Dark Man. He doesn't only engage his people on a long time from his content, he makes his audience co-creators of his content. So he engages them in such a way that they create the content together. Yeah. He even has a community called Ratel. I know you've heard about Ratel.
Yeah.
That's his own community. So even the other day he was arrested, they came up and they were protesting for him. That is because he has created the community. He makes them create the content with him. So I'm sure advertisers like Owen want to buy into his content.
So I want to come to OM. Yes.
Oh, you want me to talk?
He should tell us.
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
well, before he even tells us, two things I want you to please highlight. Please, let's be conscious of time because I think we have barely 20 minutes left.
Okay.
Now, where is the space for young up-and-coming creators that, maybe I just have an idea? Would you even dare to look at those kind of contents? That's one. Madam Jibe talked about Very Dark Man and community. When you are creating content, I went viral recently, 1.2 million views. I said, what did I say? I went back to the video. I was just talking about an event that I had done in the past and everything. To set phone in front of your face and talk, that one is not cost. There's no cost to it. It's just data, money, and invest in a good phone. If you want, you can even add ring light, but if not, sunlight is enough for you. But when you are creating contents that will go on platforms like TV or radio,
Absolutely.
it's money. So I don't know how to marry it in a way that people become a lot more profitable when even they want to drive that passion that they want to drive, Yeah, so help us out.
Okay, so you want me to answer the first one?
Yes.
About if there's still space
Yes,
for
if there's space for
there's huge space for everyone. There's huge space. I think being in the first of all, by the time they are done with their content, they come to me and say they need brands, and I look at, okay, what do you
which
have?
brand fits them.
What do you have? Aside that, what I've noticed in the past 15, 20 years of being in the media space, media advertising to be specific, is the lack of research before people go and develop stuff. You mentioned people just see this and they do me too. They follow through, and before you know what's happening, you see the next one. I think this research is a big problem in this country. I know research is born out of you need resources, but without research, you can't get the quality of what clients want. People just piggyback on every other thing in the market and jump. I think we are missing that in this market. Young people, if you want to get into the space of content, you have to do a deep dive into what you want to do. What do you want to do? Who do you want to speak to? She identified her niche. Everybody is not your market. What do you want to talk about? Who do you want to talk to? Where are they? Beside those are just their demographics. You need to go deeper. What are their psychographics? What are their pain points? What are their feelings? What are they thinking? Look, there is information overflow everywhere. Attention span is no more than 5 seconds. People are gone. So if you don't give me that hook, it's called a hook. Give me the hook. 5 seconds, I'm hooked. then you've lost me. So research is the foundation for every and any good content. And clients, look, you can't give anything and expect anything in return. We have over 100 contents that we look at on a daily basis. So how do you begin to... Fragmentation is a big problem in this market. Big problem. As an advertiser, your data is fine. Data just gives you a guide, you know, to, okay, I think this is the direction. But you also have the gut feel and know what is happening, what people are talking about. So, young people, my advice is do deep research. I know it's expensive, but you have to commit a bit of resources into knowing what you want to do, knowing who you want to speak to, knowing their pain point, their psychographics beyond demographics. And then you can say, yes, if I don't have the resources, I have a business plan that someone can say, look, I think this will sell. I want to put some money behind. And then we'll begin to talk. Brands will begin. Brands can even, from the onset, say, I think this is a good stuff. We want to identify with it from the start.
Beginning.
She was talking to me about coming on board even before the content. I said, yes, if the business plan is good, brands are willing to come on board. But please get your research and your data right. That is it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Because I think that's a very huge point where we lack with our work, you know, here. We don't do research. We just enter. Look with the rough arm, they go until... But Kule, let me come to you. Building very strong communities, because I think somehow subtly we have established the fact that it is stronger if we are on the side of engagement, meaningful engagement. If I take a cue from what OM said, meaningful engagement. So it's not so much of the clicks or the virality, it's more of the community, right? So in this today's world, you know, I'm asking you because now they send us letter of sanction. So I used to be in TVC. That was where I learned all the rules of MBC. There are some things you should not talk about and all of that. So now that they send us those letters.
Lower your volume.
Lower my volume. Drop off your mic.
Lower your volume.
Yeah, so I mean, we are in a world where if you're talking about virality and you're talking about building communities very quickly, you have to be a very sensational, controversial person, right? How do we marry that, you know, in today's world? In the issue of in the context of capturing the attention, but still also having that responsibility to understand that your brand cannot just say things anyhow. I recently pulled down a post. I posted something, right, when the Dangote incident happened with the celebrity lady's sister. But I felt it was going viral, but I had to pull down that post. I said, no, this is not, because I don't think the mind of the people, you know, they are ready for what I want to say about this. Sometimes people are not ready to hear the truth. They just want to just feed that, you know, that sensation that is already within them. So how do we marry, you know, capturing the attention and, you know, also being responsible, you know, with not spreading too much sensational conversations, you know, because those are the ones that actually drive the attention. So how do we marry that?
Okay. As a content creator, you have a fiduciary duty to strike a balance. And it's a crazy world out there, whether we accept or not. Negativity sells. Negativity, craziness, you know, I mean, even the lingo, oh bad gone, you know, it's upside down, you know, it's an upside down world. So you have a fiduciary duty to balance whatever it is you are putting out. And in striking that balance, you must, one, know your audience. What do they want? Who are they? You know, what value proposition are you bringing to the table? That's 2. 3, you must tell a story. What story are you telling? Now, if you want brands to come at you, the brands look at what do I get What do you represent? What do you stand for? You understand? And if I am a comedian, why would Maggie come to me? Why would NoCube come to me? So the value proposition that you represent as a brand also helps. Then another thing that also helps is you know, gamification, interaction, you know, platforming. It depends on what what story you are telling. You understand? So do you need a short form video? Do you need long and all of that? So, you know, then at the core of it is interactive infographics that tells you who's watching, what they are watching, you know, sort of. And as an aside, I don't know how to say this, but am I allowed to say this? I mean, the NBC will soon introduce audience measurement in Nigeria.
So how would that impact producers, people that are creating content?
So you'll be able to know who's watching what, where they are watching, where they are clicking, what they are not watching, you know. So you can follow the money, you can follow the trend, you can follow interaction through audience measurement. You know how many people, you can definitely put numbers, not fictitious numbers. You can put numbers, you can put faces, you can put timings. You understand? So you can plan. You with the engagements, which is the core, or which is at the core, you know specifically where you stand or what your worth is.
Is there any chance that NBC might start to sanction sensational people that are going viral all over social media?
Hello, the mic is not working. The mic, hello, the mic.
I think Amaka's mic will work. Okay, so
the mic is not working.
Okay, so Amaka, just as a final one, before we now take our final thoughts on this, because I hear we're having fun, but we ran out of time. Yeah. Co-creation. As I said, some posts that I post on my personal page, I use it to actually check the pulse of the psychology of my audience, the people that follow me. And I realize that some posts get very strong engagements, but when I start to do playful things, they don't really take me seriously. So they are used to all of those things, so I just stick to those ones. So how do we measure, or how do we start to, not measure, how do we harness, right, the kind of interactions that we get with our content and build bigger content? So for instance, there's a show happening, somebody drops a comment, somebody, you know, responds to that comment, you know, there's just a lot of engagement happening, you know, here and there, people replying each other. There's one particular post I have, the one who come, you know, I didn't even reply to anybody. So I'll come and insult the person on my behalf, you know, like that. So it just tells you, it kind of guides you that people are actually interested in that subject matter, right? So how do you then leverage or take advantage of the engagements to then co-create bigger content?
All right, so what we have to understand is this. As content creators, it's not all your content that will be a hit.
Of course.
You have to recognize that, you have to accept that, you have to make peace with that. For example, when I started building community, because I just need to say this, please, lots of us traditional media content creators many of us were late entrants on social media. I was as well, because I felt like, oh, I'm on traditional media, I'm fine. Until I realized that, oh boy, everybody is moving, I had to move. And so when I moved onto Instagram, I started trying to build community. It was tough in the first instance, but as we continued consistently, which is the word I'm trying to bring out here, with consistency, as we maintained that consistency, the community started being built, right? We started building that community. And so on that page now on Instagram, you will see one post that has 3.5 million views, and you will see another post that has 1,000 views on the same page, right? So you could look at yourself and say, oh, 1,000 views, they don't like me anymore. But it's not what it is, right? Because
I think they are guiding you.
It's different. We also need to remember there's something called the algorithm as well. It's also there doing its own things. So sometimes you just need to continue tweaking. The word for me from yesterday's event was innovation. You just need to continue innovating. So the funny thing is this, I've tried this before. I made a post before, posted a video. It had about 200 and something thousand views. A year later, I reposted that same video. It had 600 and something thousand views. The exact same video. I just reposted it. So would you say that, the 200,000 people, you can't really say. So what I'm going to say to that is this: build community. That should be our focus. Leave the numbers to start. Build the community. Because when you build the community, whether it's 1,000 views or 1,000,000 views, your community members would be there for you. Those are the people that you could eventually come back to say, oh, my program is now on this station, go and watch, and they will spread the word. So community is the important thing. Let's not be so focused on the numbers. Even the very dark man you mentioned, it's not all his videos that are a hit. Some you'll see it's not that high.
Some is a hit, some is a miss.
Exactly. So let's not be discouraged. There are days you will go on your page and honestly, you're like, what is this I'm doing? I'm an Igbo woman. Won't I just enter market and find one thing to sell? But you will get discouraged. Don't give up. If that's what your heart has found to do, be consistent with it. Build the community. Keep going. One day, someday, it will all make sense.
And thank you so much for that, Amaka, because you see, it can be discouraging sometimes when you post, as a content creator or as a producer, you put out a content and people are not watching. It just makes you feel like, oh, am I doing something wrong? And it's even worse when you've had like a hit. The pressure. The pressure is now 10 times more, All right, so as we just try to wrap this up, with our final thoughts, before we have, I think, about 10, 15 minutes to take questions, or if there is none, I think maybe we did a good job, or maybe we did not do a good job. It's either way. Yeah. Can we just have our final thoughts? I'll start with you, Jibe. Like, if you had one thing to say to someone that is looking to, build successful content, right? A successful content. What would that one thing or a word or two be for that person?
Okay, because you've been emphasizing so much on online, so I want to bring it.
No, it's actually all platforms, actually.
No, yeah, I want to bring it home to content creation for radio
for TV,
and TV, terrestrial. Okay, so I will say to those of us who are into offline content production, that if you want your content to resonate and with the advertisers, you need to speak to them before you produce so that you can have their communication message. What is this brand communicating? For example, I spoke with someone in one of the agencies, and they said, look, we were targeting kids before, but we're no longer targeting kids. We want to target mothers because they make the buying decisions. So you have to tweak your content to suit that. You can introduce family, introduce kids, introduce even... You remember the other time that Indomie was even targeting grandmothers? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you need to watch. You can even go to their website and check out what
follow
the brand
money
is saying, so that follow the money, so to speak, so that you can make your content, in such a way that they will readily buy into it. Because if you don't, you're going to use your personal money to continue to produce.
It is well. Okay. So let me come to you, Uwem, right? What opportunities do you see in the next 3 to 5 years for media creators to capture attention in meaningful ways? Yes. You know, I like that your word meaningful.
Yeah,
You know,
it's-
and what are you most excited about? You know, for the future.
The size of the industry is huge. I mean, it runs into billions, billions. And for the young people here, I think the opportunities are vast there. It's the last I saw it was about 60 billion, the size of the content market. I think it's next to music, after the music, the Nollywood, and then content. So the size of the market is huge. So if you're a young person here, aspiring content, be it online or traditional, go for quality over quantity. You see a lot of nonsense out there, to be honest. A lot of nonsense. No deep study, nothing. People just churn out things on a daily basis. My advice is that quality will trumps quantity any day, anytime. That's my final word.
Thank you. So one word, one word.
If you're a content creator listening to me, the NBC is about to launch the DSO. I'm sorry. Please hook up. That's all.
Thank you. What is DSO? Digital switchover. Because for some people that do not know. So meaning that our terrestrial will soon go. That's why mommy was talking about. So go ahead. Your final thoughts.
So for me, I would say every content creator, find your unique voice. Very important, because it's your unique voice that will take you the long haul. Don't try to imitate anyone. Don't try to copy somebody else. You won't sustain it that way. Find your space, find your voice, find your community, and build from there.
Thank you so much. Please, can we give our panelists again another round of applause? So we just want to take 2 questions or 3? How many?
Yeah, we want to find out how many questions.
So how many of us have questions, and who are you directing the questions? Okay. So I see one hand. Okay, another hand, sir. Who else has something to say? Okay, let's go with the gentleman first. He raised his hand
You
first.
didn't ask me if I have a question.
Oh, sorry, sir. Do you have a question?
I have a question.
Okay, no problem. 3 hands.
Permission to ask first. Now, my question goes to the advertisers. Yes, the agencies. Now, you've been telling us, profile this person, profile this person, profile this person. We are not witches. Okay? At the beginning of every year, or at the beginning of every advertising year, is it possible for advertising agencies to inform that this is our direction? This is our direction, so that if I want to create a content, I know I am targeting. Because if we say, okay, go and, well, we cannot go and create and come. And we cannot enter you and know exactly your thinking. So,
But
is it
JP
possible-
mentioned that you have to do research.
Okay.
And
no,
go
no.
and check on
it
the platform.
becomes-
But let him respond.
Let him respond to that, because, for instance, I want to create a content that targets women that live XYZ places, but that's not where they are thinking. So it is better if we kind of collaborate
Great. Okay.
and know exactly what I think. So
Now,
if I start creating,
as you know, if you're a producer or a content maker, we actually work in an ecosystem. Advertising agencies are not advertising agencies for the sake of being. They represent something. They represent a client. They represent a brand. So it's an ecosystem. You are there, I'm there, the brand is there. So as an agency, I live off what the brand strategy for each year is. So for me to be able to give you a good profile of what you need to do, I need to hear from the brand. This is what my strategies and my approaches are for 2026. And when I get that, it behoves on me as an agency to call us together. We do that a lot with multi-choice, and with some of you. That look, into next year, these are the platforms
Directions.
or frontiers we want to pursue for XYZ brands. So I think because it's an ecosystem, I can't do it independently. When I get advertising strategies from the brands, then we can come together and fashion a direction. So I won't put you on the spot and ask you to go and profile. No, that will not happen, and I don't think that actually happens.
Conversation. Okay. All right. I was hoping that the DG would be the person to take the last comment, but yeah, I want to. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Ahis. I run a radio and TV platform for a particular industry called the travel industry, aviation and tourism. And I want to direct my question, observation, to the agency person. He's in trouble. So he made mention of, very simple, direct. He made mention of meaningful content. And the moment he said meaningful things,
engagement.
Meaningful engagement, sorry.
Yes, sir.
And he said there are so many, that tone was quite low. He said there's so many nonsense out there. And it's true. But in this industry, we realize that a lot of nonsense makes money. Now, in a similar event like this, I did asked one of the panelists about musical video. Is a very big name in the musical industry. IPTV, just to be very direct. And I asked that I had to censor, NBC, I had to censor my musical stations for my kids. You understand? And I said, can he use this platform, IPTV, to start churning out sensible content that could be lyrical, that will sell, that will impact positively. And he told me that what sells most is nonsense.
Okay, can we just wrap up the question?
Okay, so my own is, I want you, that meaningful thing, I want you to let
yes,
it
sir.
get down. Because I need the money. The industry where I play.
I actually have an answer for you. Now, you said a lot of nonsense out there makes money. Now, do you, as a producer of content, are you for the short term or for the long term? That is in question. Brands, and I can tell you honestly, brands don't go for the short term. If you want meaningful engagement and long term with the brands, you have to do something meaningful for the brands to be with. Short term, I know so many brands or content that have come with nonsense, and where are they today? They are nowhere to be found. So you have to do something with a long-term objective in scope. You can make money for 1 year. In the next 5 years, where are you? So build, my advice is that build for the long term. Brands will go with you for that journey, not short term. That's my advice.
Thank you so much. All right, so we have, I thought we were taking 3 questions. Okay, quickly.
Mine is a reaction, not a question. My name is Jacqueline Bruce Bello, trainer at the National Broadcast Academy. That's the training arm of Radio Nigeria. Research for content creators. That's why we have a lot of unmeaningful content out there, just like he said. Because most people think once they just hold their camera, they are good to go. But after research, what do? Whether you are in the field or off the field, you need training and retraining. Then you can get good content, because then you now know what actually to put out there and how to put it out there. Because there are some perks of media work that you don't know, but you feel because you have a camera, you can do it. So mine is just an observation.
All right, thank you so much. All right, let's go.
I will send you invoice for that advert.
Okay, so the DG has something to say to us. Please go ahead. No, please, no, please. We just, so that we can close our, our time is fast spent. Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and let me commend the anchor and the panelists for very insightful and deep conversation around what I consider one of the most important aspects of the present and future of Nigeria, and why what you're talking about matters. Mine is just to reinforce many of the things that you have said. And for me, for particularly the younger people, the Gen Zs that are here, they need to listen to you, to all that you have said. It's very important. Creating content is not a sprint race. And I like the point that you raised and re-echoed by my dear sister about people understand when you talk about nonsense. I'm sure he's using nonsense in a context. You know, there is useful nonsense even in terms of what you talk about in content. But it's not talking about content that is not contextualized. And as a content creator, you must understand that content creation is also around brands. You see the way each of the persons is dressed here. When I came in, I wasn't just looking at what you said, but I was looking at the diversity in even the way you dress. And it speaks to who you are and the brand that you represent. So what we see in terms of content creation that I want particularly the younger people here, the Gen Zs, to listen to all of you is that, one, we're in a hurry. And if you want to be a content creator, you have to hurry slowly. Two, we also just look at as if we start something today, we are going to make money tomorrow. And I heard the anchor talk about her being 6 years and my sister being 12 years, and he wanted to quit. Every brand builder had the same thought at some point. And if you read someone like Femi Otedola making it big in Nigeria, you think that Femi Otedola is from a privileged background. But if you read his work, you know that he didn't just happen by chance. He made many mistakes, he grew, and all of that. And that is why the point you made is very important. You have to look into the future, yourself as a brand, around the content that you are creating. Sometimes people talk, and that is another point I want to think, that making impact in terms of content creation is only when you amplify the negative. It's not just about amplifying the negative. It's about the point that many of the speakers here have said, creating a niche for yourself. What area, what is the gap? Even within the industry that you said in billions of naira, what is the gap? What is the niche? And how do you key into that niche? So for me, if the takeaway for all of us here is that if you want to be a content creator that will be respected, not just now, but in the future, you have to resilience. You have to also speak to understanding the environment in which you operate, because sometimes Nigeria is a very diverse country. So if you are creating content, just like you say, who are you creating it for? And if, for instance, you said you made a post, that first post had about 200 followers. But when you reposted here, it's also about at what point were you making that post? And who are the target audience at that particular point? So on a final note, in creating content, we shouldn't just look at the money. We look at the impact beyond the environment. I was in Kenya recently. Someone created content that in that environment where the content was received, that is how we are defined. Not just me. If any of you have traveled to Kenya and the same person who met me and asked me a question will have asked all of us that same question. But that is not who we are. So even as we are creating content to make money or to build a brand, you know, we must understand that we have a responsibility to protect our own country and project it in a manner that she said, when you go to, you don't know what the impact will be, like you said. You listen to certain program and then you just see yourself as if someone is talking to you. Many programs, it's as if the person is speaking. So be careful what you create. Even if you are creating nonsense, let it be a useful nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I would like to say thank you to my very, very wonderful panelists. I truly had fun doing this. I'm hoping maybe someday destiny will bring us back together to have more conversation. I just want to say quickly that we are not used to postmortem in this country. I think what you did with that content, 200K views and 600,000 views, you went back, to study. If even we just go through our pages or our content, and just study, I'm sure that we can repurpose a content that did not make money and bring it back, at the perfect time, like Gigi said, and it will bring, the reward back. So I hope this was, a time well spent for you all that listened today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Pictures?
As you line up, I would like to point out something that Mr. Uwem said about advertising pillar and profiling. You mentioned that you engage multi-choice. Please, going forward, engage MCOAN. Engage MCOAN, please. PG. Okay. Please smile for the camera. Thank you. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for a wonderful panelists. Well, we'll be going into another wonderful session, and Mrs. Jibe Ologe will introduce this session. So she will we'll be having something special this year, and she will talk about it. Let me not talk about it first.
Thank you very much. I want to welcome you guys once again to day 2. We're supposed to have this session yesterday, but for obvious reasons we didn't. So today we'll... Hello? So, this is a new part of Nemcea. We decided to introduce this session because we want participants to know some of the very important introductions and activities that the present administration is pushing through the various director generals. Because some of us, we don't know. And we keep saying, the government is not doing this, the government is not doing that. I know that they're doing a lot, but do you know? So I suggested to the planning committee that we have a DG's roundtable where the different directors that have something to do with our profession have a roundtable, talk to you about what they do so that you can know and benefit from what they do. Okay? So this afternoon, I have the pleasure of introducing the Director General of our regulator, the National Broadcasting Commission, that is saddled with the responsibility of making sure that we do things right. Okay? So we have Dr. Charles Ebuebu, the DG of NBC. Please, can you come forward? Yes, sir. Then we also have another DG in the house. He is not only representing the Minister of Information and National Orientation at this event, he's also the Director General of Voice of Nigeria. He's none other than Dr. Jubri. You're welcome, sir. You will agree with me that both of them have something to do with your profession, yeah? So please, make sure you ask them a lot of questions so that you can know what their ministry is, the activities of the ministry, and hold them responsible for, all the information that they should be giving to you. And then to anchor this part of the show, this segment, is our very own Hajia Mohammed. She was formerly of the NTA. Now she's the Jega of MCOAN. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. How are we? I want to trust that we are good and we are ready for this session, because these two fathers or CEOs here, they are our persons, they are our friends from inception. So, introduction has been made, and I want to formally also welcome them. And we have, they just gave you a new title, Doctor. Same for, yesterday they made it. So I'm sure that's a wake-up call to hasten that PhD, right? All right, so we have Mr. Charles Ebuebu here, the Director General of National Broadcasting Commission. You are welcome, sir. And we also have our own friend that I call your PDG, Mr. Jibrin Baba Ndachi. Thank you very much for coming. Okay, so we'll go straight to the point. I won't be asking the questions alone. Just get your pen and paper ready to jot all the questions you've always wanted to ask them. So, naturally, NBC, our regulator. You remember that you have always been part of this program, MQuan, right from inception. In fact, the space where we are using for the masterclass now was where we used for the special children's workshop then. Now, with the success of that workshop, 4 years ago, because this is the 4th edition, we want to know how you think this issue of children's content has always come up, resonating and all of that. How do you think ENQA members or content producers can collaborate with you to fill that gap for us to have a lot of children's programs so that they are not distracted with a lot of imperialistic influence from foreign content?
Okay, like they said, I'm not a doctor. I'm a lawyer by training, all right? I'm not yet a doctor. But getting to the question you're asking me, to be frank, I think we need to go back to the drawing board. We need to collaborate. And you know, the question always comes up, why advertisers not putting money behind creation of children's content? But I think we need to do a bit of research, followed by policy, and then have a strategy. Those 3 strategies we need to put in place. Now, the research shows, I think we're putting, I'm not saying foreign content is entirely bad or good, right? But we should focus, we should take our eyes off that and focus on us doing what we need to do to bring our content at par. Now, if we slow down and observe children, kids, even your kids, who are not yet knowledgeable about anything but the visuals they see, why is it that they focus on certain content, right? There's an appeal that goes with it. The same thing for us adults. There's an appeal that goes with what we see. Like what my brother called useful nonsense. I've heard that, in fact, to surprise you, way back when Iroko TV started, they flew in, I think it was a content conference at Eco Hotel, and they spoke. And when I had the side talk with the marketing executive, his opinion, private of course, was the fact that even the Nollywood, he doesn't understand why there's so much appeal. But to him, it doesn't make sense. But that was their main brand. That was what they were selling in the market. Now, this is it for us. I think we need to re-educate ourselves on, first, appealing to the audience, which is the kids itself. Because no matter what way we look at it, if the kids are not willing to watch the content we are creating, it's not going to sell. Advertisers will not put their money behind it. And for me, I think the strategy to adopt is a co-production kind of thing. We are people who have done this so much, but we have the story. How come, I'm just going through it, how come comic stories you and I read when we were growing up? We had characters who in today's world we call evil, but they were superheroes in comics. But we all looked at it. How come we're not telling our cultural, creative stories that way? It's because we have not put it in the right way that the audience, which are the kids, will receive it. That's what we need to do first, followed by policy. Sorry. You see, of course, we know that policy has a lot to play. Now, what we as the NBC is going to do is that we're going to redefine what local content means, right? Break it down where you have animation, you're going to have kids content. And for you to qualify for that ratio, that rating that you are carrying local content, it must have a segment of children's content. That is to drive productivity in that realm.
Thank you very much. But you know that in terms of looking at the platform or the content that will interest them, in collaborating with the content creators here, are we look, because we know that animation and AI, they are easily tuned to that. Are we looking at also identifying the platform to place this content on to attract them and retain them?
So, of course, what you're talking about is visibility, right? Whether you're talking about pay TV, free to air, you know, it's good with the digital disruption right now. Distribution models are taking a new meaning, right? And so much so, if I want to use YouTube, for example, it's a marketplace for content people to distribute and have visibility and monetize their content. So, of course, we're looking at it. For the NBC, which is what Kunle was talking about, we're having the DSO, right? Digital switchover. I might need to give some background on that because I don't really think people understand it.
We'll come to that. Okay. Let's not keep our DG warming the seat for too long. Okay, so now, should I call you Mr. AI? I remember we were sharing the same platform where you were on this AI, and as an international voice for the country, that is voice of Nigeria, as it were. How do you think you're going to continuously leverage on AI and also partner with content creators to make your job easy?
Thank you very much. And let me commend the organizers for giving us the opportunity to tell our stories. Because sometimes, like she said, we are literally being misunderstood.
Yes.
So it's important we take advantage of a platform like this to talk directly to our brothers and sisters that we are privileged to be working on their behalf, heading these agencies which are national institutions for all Nigerians. We are already doing that. Myself, my colleague and I, we were appointed by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We are getting close to 2 years now. Yeah, in October 2023. So we are not organic to the institutions. We have our various competencies which we're bringing to bear on the institution. And what I am doing differently is anchored on 3 P's: people, platforms, and partnership. For me, like one general said, it is the people that make the platform to work. So even if you have good platform, you require people who have the right mindset and character to be able to make the machines work. And even if you have people with the right mindset and character, you also require technology and machines that also enable them to be able to do their work. And then to come to the area that we talk about, in the 21st century, you can't run either a public or private media or any institution without partnering with people. And that's what we're already doing. Let me start with the people first. When I resumed at the Voice of Nigeria, I inherited an institution where you have the right human resources, but needed a push to understand that the media landscape has changed, just like the point that will be made by many of the speakers on the earlier panel. And the staying power that public media institutions had when your generation were in NTA, Voice of Nigeria, FRCN, NAN, is no longer there. The competition is much more. The environment is much more sophisticated. We are running a converged platform, so you can no longer say that I'm a journalist and what you are focused on is just text. A 21st century journalist in any media organization, either public or private, must be like a well-kitted soldier. You must be ready for a battle with your AK-47, AK-40, with your knife and others. So a modern journalist, which we're trying to build in Voice of Nigeria, is a journalist that once he goes to an event, he's not just focused on creating content around text. It should also include video and audio. Integrated content creation. It's not a modern journalist is not a journalist in your own generation that say, no, my own, I'm just creating a content on text. No. You are doing video, you are doing audio, and you are sending same. Because in the past, when you talk about Voice of Nigeria, just talking about terrestrial. But today, Voice of Nigeria, like many other public and private media organizations, have a robust digital platform. So you can, for instance, be sent on an event here and say that, no, my own is just to create content and wait until it is broadcast time, which is 4 o'clock or 10 o'clock or tomorrow morning. That is the focus. So what we are doing in that aspect is to build the capacity of the people who do the job.
Okay.
And then when you come to platform, I just want to give you a lowdown of this. Platform, what are we doing differently? One, I inherited a platform where we broadcast in 8 languages, but we are also trying to increase the language of broadcast.
Various languages.
Various languages. And then, more importantly, what we are doing now is to bring back our terrestrial broadcast platform. Okay. And then, on the partnership,
I have a follow-up on that partnership. You know, you are also very, very comfortable with collaboration. You talked about PPP. Let me use another PPP, public-private partnership. I'm more interested because I'm representing MQuan here. And that representation is to see the impact and the outflow that this conversation will lead. We are more interested in collaborating with you. In terms of this partnership you are talking about, in terms of telling the positive Nigerian story, that is what you are. You are telling a story to the international audience. Yeah. That's what VON represents. We have producers here who produce for television, radio, online. So I need you to tell us, convince us how you think we can leverage on this your collaboration.
Well, the first thing is that for you even to be willing to partner with Voice of Nigeria, you must understand what we do. I'd like to let all of you know that Voice of Nigeria is a Nigerian platform for all of us. Voice of Nigeria was established by the wisdom of our founding fathers, understanding the place of Nigeria as a regional power, but also as a player on the global stage. And therefore, our strength is actually in partnership, collaboration, both local and international. And I don't know why you're talking about partnering with MCON, but the MCON is a natural partner. The reason that I'm here
is given.
The reason that we are here today is because we are willing to partner, to subject ourselves first to public scrutiny.
A round of applause for him on that. We've achieved.
We are here today for 2 reasons. One, we are willing to subject ourselves to public scrutiny, to listen to Nigerians and to let them know what we are doing. But secondly, to say that we are here. We are available to be, we are offering our platform for partnership with all of this. So content you are creating should be a content that projects Nigeria in a positive light. Because the mandate of Voice of Nigeria is to be in the lead in projecting Nigeria and Nigerian, Africa and African. That is the mandate of Voice of Nigeria.
Telling the true Nigerian story.
Telling the true Nigerian story. So if you have content along that line, Voice of Nigeria is the place to be.
Thank
and
you.
let me tell you why this is important. All of us as Nigerians, some of us here may have applied for scholarship or may want to travel, or some of us want you travel. Because of where perception is created around Nigeria. The way you are treated at airport and even in countries that you visit is below the value that Nigerians give to the world. Nigeria is too important to be ignored.
Yes.
Nigeria is too big, too important.
Yes. The giants.
A giant. And yesterday I recall one of the section, one of the speakers said, and that's why I did make the point that we shouldn't see that it is only negative content that sells.
No.
There's no part of the world today that you go to that you won't find in Nigeria doing well. Why are we not amplifying that? Just this week, a Nigerian was appointed the head of the chairman of the Sovereign National Way Fund is in Namibia or one of the Southern African countries. Nigerians are doing well. There are countries, indeed some developed countries, that once you remove Nigerian doctors and nurses, their health sector will collapse. Why are we not talking about that? Why do we have to focus as Nigerians only on 0.00% of the negative things that happen around us?
Thank you.
And nobody, nobody will do that for us.
We'll do it ourselves.
Yes. So please create content. Find out our Voice of Nigeria. Come to us. When you talk to us in one language, we are talking to the world in 8 languages on your behalf. So when you create content for us in English or Yoruba, because our language of broadcast is Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, Fulfulde, French, Arabic, and Swahili. And we are very soon will start broadcasting Mandarin, Bahasa Indonesia, and Portuguese. So when you create content in one language and you bring it to Voice of Nigeria, we are going to amplify it. We have experts both in our Lagos and Abuja office that will help you to amplify it in several other languages. So when you talk to us in one language, we are talking to the world in
multiple languages.
And the final point I want to make before the next question, maybe you ask, why are we talking about our bringing back our terrestrial platform?
Okay, you will be asking that. A round of applause for our DG, who is representing the Honorable Minister for Information and National Orientation. Thank you very much. Just take a breather now. I just want to remind you that this is the maiden edition of the DG's Roundtable. We actually have 8 of them, but I'm sure the 2 gurus here are good enough to represent the others. Now, my DG, NBC, Mr. Charles Ebuebu, you are going to talk a bit about the digital switchover. But in answering that, this is all about content creation. You cannot create content and we just leave it to lie low. I'm sure you have heard about Fast TV, free ads-supported streaming TV. How do you think majority of people here are content creators or aspiring content creators? Because we also have members of our M1 Academy here that have been so impactful. In answering the milestone of digital switchover, how do you relate this Fast TV in a way that it will benefit the multitude of content creators in Nigeria?
Okay, to answer your question, I'll make it simple. The DSO, or the digital switchover, is NBC giving Nigerians, the creative industry, the platform to project their content. That is simply what it is. We've adopted the acronym, the big picture, within the NBC. You see, with the digital disruption, the emergence of several digital platforms, it is very evident to everyone that the media space has changed. Even for you as content creators, there are millions of content creators all over the world. Like I say, I had a digital streaming platform who were commissioning project back in Nigeria then. Walked into our office, did a presentation, and they talked about a local content they commissioned that was watched in Ireland. In 4 weeks, they had 6 million views. And I'm asking myself the question, is it Nigerians that are watching it over there? What the data has told us is that our cultural stories tell. What we lack is distribution and monetization. So the digital switchover is going to give that platform. Let me quickly run through it because the previous session didn't quite, talk about what it is. So what is happening is that we're going to go satellite and cover Nigeria from day one. What we have done so far is that we have launched 8 states, is residents in the city. So people see 20 to 26 channels. We're going to cover the entire Nigeria when we're partnering with NIGECOMSAT, so it's Nigeria for Nigeria. We're no longer going with the foreign satellite broadcaster, service provider. We're covering Nigeria. We're going to provide a call center that will address all issues. We're going to also go by way of an app. So in respect to what you mentioned, we're creating an app, not that everyone will receive your content. And I forgot to mention that we're going to go with 60 to 100 channels from day one. Okay. Right? All over. I'm talking about local content. We're giving you a marketplace for you to exhibit your content. That's what we're doing from day one. And then it's going to be followed by the app. Now, what we're doing presently is that with the digital switchover, you need to buy a decoder for you to have access. We're opening it up. So right now, with your laptop, with your phone, you don't even have to pay a fee for the initial regime. We're just going to create the market, give back to Nigerians the platform for them to have visibility and monetize their content.
Okay, is that ad supported? Would you say that is ad supported? Streaming?
All free to air. Let me answer your question.
Yes.
All free to air is ad supported. That is how you monetize in the first place. Okay. It's only when you come to pay TV you talk about subscription but in any case with digital platforms, other monetization regimes are all
I must commend you with this DSO. It's just that we are not yet feeling the full impact. But I carried out an experiment sometimes in March this year. I found out that the content I placed on those on DSO decoders, they got me more feedback than the traditional ones that you think they are even higher. Got a lot of feedback from Plateau, Osun, Niger, Abuja. This is where DSO is strong. Exactly. And I'm sure if you invest more in other places, it will still give you more.
So let me put it in context.
Yes.
You see, my brother has just mentioned a lot of... You see, what we're trying to do is build back public trust. Everything we're doing as GGs.
Yes.
It is the fact that I would take the way of the DSO. We have launched... It started in 2016. We have launched 8 cities, and you're talking about the impact from 8 cities alone. What about if we go satellite? Now, part of the... You see, the president has been so magnanimous to give us funding. We're going to have massive publicity and marketing. So people sitting here will not need to ask anybody what DSO means. From day one, they will be aware of where it is, what channels, what kind of content, whether you break it down to education, general entertainment, whatever it is. It's all going to be there. The benefits that will come out of it. So look at right now, just give you a quick example. For the creative industry where I worked previously, you had those who do the costumes, you had those who do the makeup, you had the studio.
Sets.
Just imagine we open up the market, we go satellite. All of a sudden, what music has done to the young ones, where you have people going into studios, people creating music, sounds. A lot of Nigerians will be gainfully employed, wherein the skills will be in high demand. How be it digital skills, but you know very well, Nigerians will not come last. When it comes, there's a need.
We know they carry last.
So,
Thank you. DJ Von. Now, I need you to also lend a voice to the fast TV streaming. How do you think you are prepared for that?
Well, first, let me quickly say, because of the point you made, to let the audience know, our brothers and sisters, that all the other GGs will have been here, but for exigencies of office, and that is why they send a representative here to come and speak on their behalf, because we work as a team. In fact, before we come here, all our colleagues
you have interacted.
They have interacted, particularly, of course, the Honorable Minister. But just to re-echo what my brother said, we are very lucky as head of agencies under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We have a president and commander-in-chief who understands the place of media and has prioritized public media institutions. Again, we're also lucky that the Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation is also a media entrepreneur from the private sector who also understands that for us to position our country, whatever we do, we must first position the public media institution to be like a buffer in tapping stories on and for Nigeria and Africa. So coming to the point that you
Fast
made,
TV.
Fast, I mean, innovation is you innovate or you
It's
are-
limitless.
Yes. You recall in my presentation on AI, experts, Dr. Fei Li, a US expert, did say that AI will not take the place of humans.
Human.
What did she say? It is the humans who embrace AI will take the place of those who do not. AI will not take the place of humans. It is the humans who embrace AI and modern technology will take the place of those who do not. And it's important to understand that in the last 500 years, technology have not taken the place of humans. There have always been agitation or anxiety when new technology comes on, including AI. What will happen is the point that experts have amplified. You embrace it, or those who do will take over from those who just sit back and all of that. So every innovation, every newsroom today, either print or brokers, public or private, are innovating. And the public media institutions are not left behind. So we are doing all of this and more. One of the things that we did around such innovation was when I resumed office, I saw a gap between young Gen Zs who came to serve in Voice of Nigeria, either as interns or NYC. They just garbage in and garbage out. And in my interaction with them in the first few months, I realized that many of them don't even understand why they were even in Voice of Nigeria to serve. And quickly, I instituted a monthly engagement with interns and NYCs. And the first engagement I had with them, after that engagement, about 5 of them offered to see me. And what did they do? They said they have a presentation around their observation, because I was very open in my discussion with them. I said, please, I am just the team leader. I am not saying that I have all the answers. So if you are an intern or NYC, or I have something that to offer on how we can make Voice of Nigeria much more inclusive, please come. And 5 of them came to me and said, sir, we have observed that Voice of Nigeria is excluding the Gen Zs, that our stories are indeed the way the stories are created, the content are created is not friendly to the Gen Zs. I said, okay, what is the way forward? They said they have a presentation. And I said, well, yes, I'm ready. And they did about 1 hour presentation to me, which I call again and again. I said, sir, this is it. This is the website. There's no way anybody in my own generation will go to Voice of Nigeria. It was a very open discussion, interaction with them. And the point I'm trying to make here is that even as team leader, the learning curve should not be top bottom. You shouldn't think because you are CEO of an organization you have all the answers. The answer may come from the younger person or even from somebody minding your gate. So you have a responsibility to be open-minded, and once you're open-minded, they will be willing to engage with you. And that is some of the things that have influenced how we at Voice of Nigeria have been. But one thing that is also important to us is that at the Voice of Nigeria, there has also been a transition. Those who are your generation, they were the people who quickly embraced digital, like your sister Hajia Sani. She started as an old school, but when Voice of Nigeria established the digital platform during their time, she was one of those who quickly, was able to embrace it. And today, Voice of, even as she exited the institution, she left behind very strong hands, who were able to transit. So you have to keep learning every day. And like I said at that event, since I was appointed, one of the focus at the journal is to also engage in personal master classes, both at home and abroad, to position myself. Because it's not what you do to get to the job that matters, it's what you do on the job. You are encountering new challenges, so you must be prepared as a CEO to understand that you cannot be a modern CEO in a public media institution and not understand how you can embrace technology, particularly AI. So we're already doing
Thank you so much. Never too old to learn. A round of applause. Make it a more resounding round of applause for him. And you are watching the maiden edition of DG's Roundtable. And it's coming to you from Nemcea 4.0, sponsored or powered by MQuan. I'm talking about MQuan, sir, DG, NBC. We are talking about content, children's content, regular content. I was seeing, looking forward to a situation. Well, I'm sure you will also say it's given, just like DGVON said. MQuan members pitching directly to broadcasters with their content so that we can continue to leverage on this partnership and collaboration.
See, part of what the NBC is becoming, right? With the disruption caused by digital platforms, right? The NBC, in answering your question, has not remained the traditional watchdog. We've become partners with the industry. I believe our work will be done and will be rated successful if we're able to create an enabling environment, if we're able to bring collaboration, join hands together to grow the industry, the same way music and Nollywood has done. So, first thing we need to do, I think, is bring the relevant information to the public space, to the creatives, to be able to bring that pitch you're talking about. So I'll just give you an example. I came in from Canada for this program. Now, it is amazing to me to know that the mayor of Brampton had been here in 2022 because he saw what what Nollywood was achieving, and he came personally to Nigeria. Now, while being there, I was made to know that he's opened up his city. They're good to go for co-productions. They're good to go. They have facilities. And there's so many things they are projecting as an open door to Nigerian creative. I've asked them to write me, to give me all the features that will go with. And I will simply come and present it. So you see, there's so much collaboration, but information is key if we do not bring it to the table. So I can assure you that whatever it takes to bring the industry together in one spot, just like we're having Africa in October next month, for you to listen, for us to have creative discussions and be able to pitch. I will take you on this very challenge you've thrown to me.
Yes, of course.
That we're going to create
I'm
that,
on an assignment. The president is
Thank
smiling
you.
at me. He sent me here. A round of applause for our DG. Okay, so I'm just going, please, I hope we have put our questions together, because it's not just me asking questions. Let's put our questions together. It is DG's Roundtable. Let's leverage on this unique opportunity. Now, I just want to also allude to what both of you have said. And I'm not partisan. I just see that before now, who heard about VON? Because this administration has really leveraged on the power of media. We now get to know and see a lot of the things you are doing. You know, because like DG said here, the president is more, in fact, I hear that he sanctions heads of parastatals that don't blow their trumpets. Not necessarily blowing their trumpet. When you say blow trumpet, it's more in the negative. Tell us what you are doing. And we can see what the NO is doing, with Nigeria happened to me, and so many other things. Who heard of NOA some years back? Do you understand? Now, my final question to you, DG NBC. With the era of citizen journalism, how is it easy for you to still regulate? I know when we ask the question, the online, is it within your jurisdiction, with people coming to say, this fits all, this medicine can cure this, and that, and so many other claims. How is it easy for you to regulate the media content, both online and on the traditional media?
Okay, thank you very much. Now, a quick answer to your question again. There's a lot that's going on behind the scene with the NBC. If you agree with me, I usually give this common definition. What is the definition of broadcast 10 years ago? What is it now? Way back then, you had traditional media platforms. If you want to put out your content, you have to go to them. They would put it amongst their schedule, you have your terms, and then it goes on air, limited to a jurisdiction, whether it is by satellite or traditional. But now, almost everybody is a broadcaster. They don't need you, right? That has also impacted on the revenues that are going, and also on regulation. So speaking about regulation, you know, Kunle was asked something about regulation, and his mic went off. My mic wouldn't go off. No. I love to engage. I love to engage at all points. I don't, you know. Now, this is the thing. You would agree with me, in line with what you said. The president himself understands what media is all about, right? And even for us as the NBC, we have been given a matching mandate to make media work in Nigeria. So the first thing we're doing, one of the many things, is that we're taking a look at the code and the act. So the question you asked, how easy it is, there have been a lot of challenges. For example, we have a court order right now that says we cannot sanction. There's a court order that tries to redefine what the annual turnover rate is. There are so many things out there, but it doesn't stop us from doing our work. While we'll address those, inclusive of your question on online regulation, it's not going to be easy, but it has to be done. Now, we're going to be doing that with public engagement. We're going to have the code review, and this time it's going to be very informative, I can assure you. Everybody is going to be in the room. Whether you're a traditional broadcaster, you're an online, our laws are going to be refined to be able to address all the issues. As we have a great research team in-house who are being trained, not just the research team, everybody, to go abreast with where media is today, what the influences are, monetization, revenue, reach, all of that, and the issues, the regulatory issues that pertains not just to us, the entire world. So we're doing that, we're engaging, and just to end with this issue of sanction, you can agree with us that the NBC has not issued out sanctions the way it used to be, and then
they are lying low.
They have no, not really, but we have engaged more, and we have had more people come to the NBC, or we speak to them, and they have had to just adjust what they do, and everybody's good.
Interesting.
It's all about knowing what the law is and following the law.
You are not regulated to stiffen or to strangulate.
Not really.
Thank you so much. Now, finally, Mr. Jibrin Baba Ndachi, you are wearing two caps here. The DG of VON, and you are also representing the...
Yesterday, what?
No, you are still here. He's not here now. The event is still ongoing. But in rounding off, I need you to just lend a voice to your colleagues who are not here in a way that you should just speak one or two things about the media activation in relation to content creators. Just rest assure us that all is well.
Thank you very much, Ajia, and thank you for your kind words about all of us and what we've been doing. For us, as head of agencies, we feel privileged that at this very important time we're having the opportunity to lead this institution, some established long before we were born. When I look back and look at the history of Voice of Nigeria, and know that someone like Professor Cheno Achebe was his first director, a man I respect so much, and had the opportunity of doing my research on him as an undergraduate, I feel highly a privilege. And this is the message for me personally to young people, the Gen Zs that are here. You need to just stay your course. You need to just believe in yourself. Have mentors, people who mentor you, because there is a saying by, again, a US general who says, sometime in life there are people who know what is good for you than yourself. And that is where the role of mentoring come in. Sometimes we are all raw talents, but require people who will tell you to believe in yourself and stay on a particular course on the journey. Having said that, I would like to say on behalf of our other colleagues who are not here, to say that we are lucky. I'd like to emphasize that one, we have a president and commander-in-chief, President Bola, who understand the role of the media and giving it all that is required, the political will for us to function. And then we'll have a minister who also understands that no matter what we do as a country, like you say, Hajia, if you don't create the right narrative around what we do, you know, there will still be more to this to be done, and no people will not understand us both at home and abroad. And that is why one of our strengths is that the Honorable Minister has been able to galvanize us as a team. There is hardly any week that my brother here, you know, we relate as brothers and sisters, brothers within the industry. So we compare notes. He is coming with a different competence. I am coming with a different competence. We don't take decisions and just do stand alone. You know, whatever we're doing, we work together as a team. You know, so all the other head of agency, I want to assure you that we are all willing to partner with you. If you have content that you think you take the NOA, it will be useful for NOA in what NOA is doing. And I'd like to tell you that NOA is already partnering with some of you here, including Hajia, that I'm aware of. Yeah,
did you know
yeah.
that?
Yes. So please, I am telling you, please feel free. If you have content that you think, you know, is not useless, like my brother who left here say, but because when you talk about useful nonsense, you know, I was at a program where a radio owner up north in Benue said she created many programs, but those programs were not getting the right listenership and even buy-in of advertiser. But one of the anchors of our program just came up with a program, and what is the name of the program? What's up, what's up? You know what? What's up, what's up? And she said today in a radio station, that is the most listening to program on a radio. And what are the discussions? They are useful nonsense. You know, discussions around those human angle stories, not really immoral discussion, but discussions around things that help to cool temper, like you said in Nigeria and all of that. But that is what is selling. So you look at some of the content created around Nigerians that happened to me. Some of those content, they are not content that you think they are serious, but they also help in defining who we are. So please, if you have a content that you think you can broadcast on Voice of Nigeria platform, either on our digital platform, please come to me. Reach out to our Lagos office, or you come to Abuja. If it is FRCN, if it is NOA, if it is NTA, anything to do with NBC, my brother here, MPC, ARCON, all of us as colleagues, we work as a team. And for us, we feel that it's just a privilege to be leading this institution. It's not because we are the most intelligent or the more, but it's a privilege. And we take this very seriously. And that is why we are always also willing to subject ourselves
to duty.
call to duty to scrutiny as we are doing now. So feel free to follow us and take interest in what you are doing, because we are doing it on our behalf. At the Voice of Nigeria, if you follow our handles and you have observation, please feel free to reach out to me as the team lead, and any of our handles. We are ready to partner with you.
A round of applause, a resounding round of applause for them. Questions, comments, not more than 3? Oh, none? Okay, number 1. Who else? Number 2. Not more than 1 minute to ask such questions. Who else? You mean all this one? You just only assimilated all the information? Okay, number 3 behind. Can we have the microphone for them, please? There's number 1, approach the desk so we can save time. Thank you. Start with your name and the institution you represent.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you. Ably representing MBC and the VON. My name is Olushola Kolade-Olubi, and I'm Creative and Strategic Director for Brandberg Solutions, a media and consulting firm here in Lagos. So, sir, my first question is this.
To who?
Yes, to NBC.
NBC, okay.
Because I've been here since yesterday, and we've been having very fantastic discussions. But one question I have is this. For the skit makers, especially these people who call themselves independent creatives, they come up with all what's not. Nudity, obscenity, foul languages, especially the ones that doesn't even have age guard, no age content, no regard. So, is there a plan, or is there some policy or a committee that is looking into this so that they will regulate this? Because it's filtering, it just pops up on your phone, it just comes up. What is the NBC as a body doing? Or is there a particular committee that is set up to look into this so that we don't have a bad image for Nigeria? That's my first question for NBC. And for Voice of Nigeria, thank you so much, sir. You made mention that if we have very good content for Voice of Nigeria, sir, there seems to be bottlenecks. It's very easy when you tell us, but for us to get it across and for it to be validated. So is there any available direct channel, maybe an email or a direct dial that we can reach so that we'll be able to submit our content? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Second question so that they can take everything. Number 2. Okay, thank you, madam.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Peace Ndu Ezako. I am a trainer at the National Broadcast Academy. Yes, and I've always been presenting, so naturally that's my area in presentation department. My question is, I want to acknowledge both of you. Thank you so much, sir, for all you do. I just heard the first question, and it kind of felt like it's the same thing I want to ask, because we just want to know where to draw the line. I'm glad the NBC is here, and DG, Voice of Nigeria, is here as well. And so I heard you talk about people who could come bring their content.
I can hardly hear you, madam. Maybe
okay, is it better now?
Okay.
Thank you very much. I have a soft voice. Okay, I'll project louder now. Sir, you said something about people bringing content to VON to be broadcast. And I also know that, just like the person who asked the other question said, things that are not to be broadcast are being churned out daily in the social media space in the name of content creation. Now, these things are rife, and it's not creating a safe place for children. Perhaps adults condone whatever is thrown at them, but what about the place of morals? Are we encouraging moral decadence? Because I just want to know where we draw the line here, considering people who just want to throw out anything in the name of content making in the content market space, and then you see people going nude, saying all manner of things, and that's why I'm emphasizing on NTBB, what we call not to be broadcast. So where do we draw the line? Where do we draw the line? That's the question.
I think that's similar to the same question
Yes,
I
the
asked
first
you about citizen journalism. You know, it's last person. I think 2 more. Okay.
Good afternoon. Tunde Lawashla in Literary Publications, Lantern Books. The question I have seems kind of hinges on what's been asked already, but from a more financial perspective, because at the end of the day, without a money-making system, we're losing all round. So my suggestion would be to go towards the algorithmic system. If we can influence international platforms to have some control over the algorithms, then we can control what is seen or what is promoted. If we go at it from a censorship angle, we will just be losing the audience. So I was just going to suggest that as a possible avenue.
Okay. Maybe we should answer first before the questions.
Last question.
Okay.
Okay, so mine is very simple. Oh, do I need to reintroduce myself? So, two things. I like money matter because for us to be able to get, because you touched on the DG MBC, you touched on the quality of the content. And it's very key to get the attention of young children today. I mean, I have animators. They're not cheap, right? So is there possibilities for not just saying, okay, I am coming to you to bring content. Is there a room for commissioning or co-creation like that is financial? So it's not like it's my budget, right? It's something that I have the idea, probably you have the budget.
Provide the funds.
And you provide the funds for creators. I just wanted to add that to the question.
Interesting question.
Okay. Okay, let me take the first question. I think the first and the second have, relate. In answering that, let me say it like this.
It's a major concern.
No, it is. So, coming from the private sector where I was, now in government, you see, I am privileged to be in both worlds. I have seen what it is, what you go through to an extent in creating content, how you're a content creator, you have to market, you take the risk. Most times you look for a platform to put it. In fact, if anything goes wrong, you're the one caught, holding the stick. The way it is, what we're trying to do in the MBC now is to allow innovation, but then to curb excesses. We allow innovation, but will not be too strong on regulation so much that it stifles innovation. So to what the gentleman said is key. There are several ways we could go about it. So to the first question, what I want to tell the audience is that it's beyond the plan. We have already, as we speak today, come up with a online content guideline, platform guideline, right, that we will publish out there. We're going through the procedure of getting all the approvals, and it will soon be out there. So some of the concerns you have heard will be addressed very clearly. That's one. Number two.
Sorry, if they can do it in China, I'm sure we can do it in Nigeria.
No, so that's where I'm going to. Okay. That's where I'm going to. Number two, what has been done in China in relation to what the gentleman said has to do with technology. You could put in technology in place, just like what we have AI and machine learning, so much so that you do not have to do all the work with a human being. Certain things will not pass the test, and you are notified up front. Now, you would agree with me, your content provider, you know that better than me, that some of these content providers now have not gone through the rudiments of what you went through, so they don't have that background. It will shock you to know that upon my resumption, there was an incident that happened in Ibadan, where on a radio program where they had cameras, the presenter brought out sexual related objects and was making comments, about, oh, you can use this to do that, you can use this. So, and saying words that were outrageous on radio. Now, the funny question I asked when I got that, I was asking, was there no input from the executive director or producer? Was there not a manager watching over her to be able to watch what script she was going? Was there a script at all? You see, so the fact that everybody is able to get a camera in front of you and just go out there no longer works. But it is not abnormal in the sense that usually innovations come first and then laws come and address those. So we're doing that right now. We're going to bring in technology. Number 3 is the fact that some of these things being spoken here, as it addresses content. So you ask the question, does NBC regulate content on the online space? Of course we do. But what needs to happen is that our regulations needs to be updated, which is what we're doing. There's going to be inter-agency synergy. We're working with NIDA, we're working with other agencies, the NCC, because you see, in the content world, there's a technology part, there's a content part, there's the information, there's a part that has to do with ACON. You know, our brother is not here. He would have spoken more about it. Well, the reality of today has shown that we have to work together to be able to curb these excesses, but at the same time, allow innovation. So we're not going to temper with the money as it is, but, you know, keep it sane.
Have they done well? A sounding round of applause. Thank you so much. That has been the maiden edition of DG's Roundtable. Mkwan, Nemcea, right? Has he not answered it?
No.
The channel. I think you just need to give them the address, the
Okay,
website.
in relation with my brother, we will do that. Our booths are outside, you'll be giving, but let me say this. We are also together, whether it is on his platform or the DSO, we're trying to bring what used to happen of old, where you had content, you can take it to NTA, and it is shown. That's why you have the likes of Kokro Dawn, Village Headmaster. What we're trying to create is we build the market, and then compelling content, or those who are exceptional and has the view, they would have audience. So you don't need to have a channel. You have content. We will create channels that you can put it on. As far as it passes the rules, and we will give leverage for you to be seen, for you to monetize, to have distribution. And you know, it's not just Nigeria. You will reach the world. Just believe in that.
Your
Thank
address, the man asked how they can collaborate with you. You already said it, that you have your Lagos office.
There's no, my brother, there is no bottleneck with us. You can reach out to Voice of Nigeria, either the Lagos or Abuja office. And even as we leave here, some of my colleagues are in the audience. Please feel free.
If you still have issues, contact Mkwan. We'll link you up.
Thank you.
Okay, so the photography now. And another round of applause for our DJs. Thank you. Come over, sir, for pictures. President. Hi, Chief. I see you. You think you're not going to hide now? Come join us, Jare. Those are the POT, our leaders.
Thank you very much, Alaja.
Thank you so much.
And thank you to the DGs for honoring our invitation to this maiden edition of the DGs Roundtable.
Thank you very much.
All right. Another round of applause for them, please, as they take their leave. But before they do that, I would love to call on the DG MBC. Please, sir. Okay, there is something he wants to tell us. Malam.
Okay.
A round of applause for him, please. He would like to inform us of something coming up. Very important. Thank you, sir.
All right. Sorry to take your time. Just give me a few minutes. I want to talk about our flagship event coming up, the Africast, on October. You know, I've just asked them to get the flyers. It's at our booth out there, but I just want to talk about it. So you see, I keep talking about the fact that media has changed. right? And even coming from the private sector, I have found out that there are several issues that were, sorry, let me move away from the speakers. That's why it's echoing. Or should I go up there? Let me go up there. Sorry about that. Okay, so even personally from my own observation, I found out that there are several issues. There's some lack of understanding, the questions that have been asked around here about who is a broadcaster, what are we doing about
Welcome
it
to Africa's
the
2025,
space,
Africa's leading broadcast and media business gathering, where the future...
How is, or is traditional media going to survive in the new scheme of things? So we've decided to come up with certain focus on the Africast, which will talk about so many things. Monetization on the online space, where music is going to, regulation across the world. We're going to talk about issues like what is the new definition of an audience. We're going to have several things, the master class and all of that, which I am encouraging you all to attend. It's going to be online, it's going to be streamed live. So even if you're not present in Nigeria, you can watch it, or if you're not present in Lagos. It's going to be a very robust session. For the 3 days it will run, the first day actually has to do with the regulators summit that will talk about how all the issues regional, and then the other 3 days, there's the first day and then the other 3 days we'll talk about media in general, whether it has to do with distribution, whether it has to do with regulation, whether it has to do with content in the new scheme of things. So I would advise you to come. You see, this is a 2-day event beautifully put together by Nkwan, but we're giving you a 3-day event, and this is it for us as the NBC. We want to listen to the industry. NBC is no longer a watchdog who is just, like the question was rightly said, are you going to sanction us? And I wonder, why is it that when it comes to NBC, the first thing that comes to mind is sanction? I met a young lady, I met a young lady at the airport, and she says, sorry, may I know you? I don't know why she walked up to me, and she said, I told her I work with the NBC. And she asked me, what do you do? I was like, okay. The word says National Broadcasting Commission. Okay, but what do you do? So I told her what we did. How come I don't know so much about you? That's what she asked me. Now, it's a two-way street. The same way my daughter would not understand, having grown up in this new Gen Z era, while it would take a letter back in the days you sent to England, it takes 3 weeks. And like, what? You wait 3 weeks for them to read it on the other side. How long does it take for it to come back to you and you respond? You people were boring. That's what my daughter told me. So it's a different world, right? Things have changed. We, as the NBC, we are focused on merging. You see, like the first thing I said back there, it is only when the industry succeeds that we believe we're doing our work. We're not just here sitting on the sidelines watching you call the risk. Whatever we need to do. I mentioned wherever I go, I tell you, I take opportunities, I bring it back. It will surprise you, that engagement, I was invited for another event in Canada. I got talking to the mayor, and he talked about the opportunities. And it's out there, but I can believe most of you don't know. Now, in coming back, I was fortunate to be on the flight with the Minister of Culture, and I related to how what has happened. She says, oh, you need to come see me. Let us see how we can play at this. Now, so to the question, what has changed? You have a lot of people from the private sector coming from where you are sitting right now and knowing how the shoe pinches you, right? And we're going to bring all our innovation, all our thoughts, all our expertise to make it work for you. That's what every one of us is doing. So I want you to participate also. That's why I said it's a two-way street. I want you to attend that event. Come and make known your thoughts. It's when we know how the shoe pinches, we'll be able to come up with synergies, collaboration. There's so much ahead about how they're willing to do co-productions, how they have designated certain areas in Brampton, Canada, for shooting of Nollywood. But people don't know. right? They are even ready to fund certain aspects of it. Now, if they've given you a location, they're willing to throw in their expertise, their technology, and we're willing to bring in the stories. What else do we need? It is just information. So I'm encouraging you to attend the Africas. Just walk to our booth, pick up the flyers, and let us do this together. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that information. There's a proverb in Igbo land that says, you don't stand in one place to watch masquerade ceremony, right? So you have to move around. So for those of us here who don't like going for events and you're in the content space, you're probably in the wrong profession. You need to start going for events. You hear about events like this, come. You've heard about Africa's, go. Because you just never can tell. You don't know who you're going to sit beside. You don't know who has the money in their pockets. So don't just sit at home and say Nigeria is hard. Move around. Don't stand one place. Watch the masquerade. DJ, Abi, who? Media, please, no off my mic again. Thank you. All right, so let's move on. Who has learned anything today before we move on? Who has learned anything today? Wave unto the Lord if you've learned anything. If you've not learned anything, I don't understand what you've been doing, no. Or yeah, tell me what you've learned. Aji, I'm coming to you. Don't look back.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I've learned a lot today, and one of the things I like, especially with the NBC DG, sincerely, initially my thought was NBC was all about don't do this, don't post this, your section. So I never knew it's beyond that. So I learned that today. Then what the VOA and DG said, sincerely, yeah, we are ready to work with VON. If VON is ready to welcome us, we're ready. And they have to be open, because we don't want the bottleneck thing. We want it to be open so we'll have access. More. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for her, please. Yes, yes. Who else has learned something here today? Share with us. Share with us. We've been talking since morning now. And don't make it look like we're not doing anything. Who? Don't behave like people in primary school. You raise it, then you put it down. You raise it, you put it down. Don't do like that too.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I came in late though, but I learned of building community. Building your own community and not hiding under people's space.
I'm proud of you because you pushed through that shyness to speak. Who here is okay, I'm coming, sir. You learned. I saw you learning. It was entering. I'm coming to you. While I'm still standing here, I just want to ask, who here is a content creator that is just starting? You're just starting in the content creation space. Who? You really want this microphone? I'm coming to you. So, what sort of content do you create? And what have you learned here today that would help you do better?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samuel. Oh, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adeosi Samuel. So, I'll just it's just like you can do this thing and you're just doing it without having a purpose. So being in this garden has enlightened me that, you don't just create a content. There should be a reason why you are doing it. And one of the things that I've learned is there's something that is called useful nonsense. So I key into that, okay, it's not just about you creating something nonsense or something that doesn't make sense. There's a way you can modify it in a way that it's appealing to it's still useful. Thank you.
So what sort of content do you create now?
I'm currently working on a community in my school area. So the main purpose of organizing that community is just to create a platform that people can leverage on. So the content I'll be working towards is content that will help people to see this possibility, to see, how can I put it, to just see sense out of nothing.
Thank you. He's going to create useful nonsense content. God be with you. All right, you want to say something? The final, okay, no. So that he doesn't blow me outside. No, you can say.
I was outside when you said this. So currently, I'm a content creator, by the way. I started with YouTube. No, I started with TikTok. And my niche was just self-help. Just giving self-help content and all of that. Because I believe in giving value. and you have to have the right attitude to dish out something. Okay, for you to be a leader, you have to lead yourself first. So I believe that every content creator is first the leader, and you have to equip yourself so that you can dish out to the society, correct? Yes, but then I'm currently working on YouTube because I'm a very expressive person. And then when I decided to open my YouTube, okay, all right, great, thank you. So the content I'm currently working on is how to be a PR. How do you thrive in the media industry? First, I'm a burden, still very new, but because I'm so motivated, I'm like, I can start something while I learn. Okay, and what I learned today is you have to be very conscious of who are your target audience first. Secondly, you have to, what are you selling? What's the end goal? Is it long term? Is it short term? In as much as we might have this in our heads, it's good to pen it down so we have clarity and direction. And please, this is me taking a bold step. I am in need of guidance, like you rightly said. You can have all the ideas, but I need guidance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are lots of young people here. You know what? I will come back. I will come back. See how I'm walking like, see me now. I'm feeling very all right because lots of people's hands are up. Let me have just one more question for now. I will come back to the questions, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I've just learned one very simple thing here now. To the DG, National Broadcasting Corporation, please, I've just seen some of us cannot afford to go to Africa if you want to learn very well. It's 551, 320 something, 100, you know. Give us discount for us waiting for this place. The cost of attending in order for us to imbibe, my Oga. Because me, I want to attend though, and I'm seeing the cost of, attending for me to gain the essence of attending. If you give me discounted rate now, no wahala go pay.
Grab every opportunity you see. You want to say something? Discount on the way. Please, a round of applause for him so that it will increase. Clap well now.
So, okay, I'll just make comments on two things. On that. No, on that. So we are already looking into that before you spoke. There's going to be a new release about the discounts for the industry because the intention is not so much, yes, we have costs to run, but it's not to make money from it. We'd rather have engagement, which is of value to us because that will go into our planning, our policies, regulation. So you will get the discount here, so you will get it. And secondly, to the young lady that talked about content, it's key, and that is one of the things I see people struggle with. The question is who, broad strokes, people would say, oh, I want to reach the audience. The issue is, what audience are you specific? And I'll try to give examples and end this. You have people on YouTube doing a whole lot of stuff. I will mention one. I'm not trying to promote him. I just need to give an example. There's a guy called Don Azar that I see who does his content like a lecture. So it's like a lecturer. How did I run into him? When the new tax law came in, I needed a breakdown myself. And I stumbled on him, and he does a board, a white chalk, he cleans, it's digital, and he talks. Now, you see, the point I'm trying to make is that content appeals to me, for my age grade, for my knowledge, my skill level, and all that. If you're trying to reach a younger person, that might not make sense. So your content plan, that also answers the question, that was being asked, which I think people didn't really ask. What do you set out to do? Do you create content that the advertising platforms want? Or do you do something with your passion? I think it's a mixture of the two. You have to know what you're doing from when you start. Of course, you can tweak it along the way, but I think if you go to the extreme where you create content because of money, you've lost it. Because it will not carry you so far, right? You have to keep doing what you do. It will get you somewhere, but you have to have a focus. Starting up where you want to go. And in rounding up, I'll just use an old song, sung by the artist who is in London now, I think, Olonwumi. Now, when he did it, I think we were working back then. Olonwumi Onitemi, sorry, I'm not very good with it. Yoruba, I'm sorry. Now, he sang that, Tosin Martins, he sang that song. It didn't really get traction immediately. It took a while, but he didn't do anything new. After a while, that song was being played in all weddings and all that, and he became very popular and started, it was his passion. He sang a lovely love song. He caught traction later. Mine is do what you do, but know where you're going from when you start. If you have to do research, the data is out there. Go online, we could help. You see, that's what we're doing Africa's for. We want to bring information to you. So when you create your content, you know what you're doing. You know where the world is going. You know your segment, where you need to ply your trade. All of that. We owe it to you, and that's what we're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, I like you, but I'm not giving you the mic. Yeah. Yes. Oh, wow. So basically what we need to know is that there is an audience for every sort of content. But you have to have the conviction in itself. If not, you would not be able to stay it through. So who is happy to be here? Because honored, delighted, I am really happy to be here yesterday and today. So we're moving on to the next panel. This panel is on the topic, Rethinking the Creative Economy, Sustainable Business Models Beyond Traditional Ad Revenue. I just saw my sister's ears stand up like antenna. Because we have to rethink this business model beyond just traditional ad revenue. And the panelists for this session will be he's a brand strategist and the co-founder, Mask Vrade Brand Innovation Studio. His name is Mr. Franklin Ozekome. A round of applause for him, please, as he comes up to this panel. Please clap for him. He is coming up. He is coming up. Joining him would be the Managing Director, Golden Heritage Limited, our very own producer of this event. He is Mr. Kingsley Omoefe. Where is he? Producer, where are you? I know you can hear the sound of my voice from outside. Please come in. We need you here now. Joining them would be the Hajia of our dear hearts. She just finished a very technical job, but we still need you, ma'am. She is the MD Ames Media Company Limited. Her name is Hajia Amina Mohammed. Please, a round of applause for her. And finally, we're going to be having the Director, Corporate Development and Communications, Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, Mr. Osana Omame. A round of applause for him, please, as he comes up. And to moderate this panel session will be the MD CEO, Romistin Media, in the person of Sebastian Okoromi. A round of applause for them, please. We're going to be having an amazing time now, so stay expectant.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is a very special panel, and I want to welcome everyone to this special one. In the last 2 days, we have received a lot from this conference, and this is actually the time where we talk about how do we generate more revenue, money. I heard one of our content owners said, I like money. And the idea is that if you have invested so much, in your content, you have staff, you have other bills to sort out, you must be interested in how you generate revenue. Am I correct? Is that correct? Good. And this morning or this afternoon, we have very brilliant panelists, media practitioners, content owners, helping us to look at all of these things profile solution or advise us. So it's important that we listen in detail. Now, we talked about rethinking the creative economy sustainable business model beyond traditional ad revenue. This is important because most of us that have created content over these years, we have relied on advertising agency. And one of the things that we have heard over the years is the advertising budget is slim. And it's even getting slimmer that we don't get any more. And so what's next for us? What do we do? How do we remain in business and still remain relevant? I'll be coming to Franklin with my second question. But first, I'd like to ask Mr. Kingsley Omoefe, my first question. The creative economy has long relied on advertising agency, but quickly, why is it necessary to rethink this model now?
All right, thank you very much. It's very, very necessary. First and foremost, let's look at the economy is one major challenge that we all are facing. So we need to rethink our strategies and how we need to do our things right now. Of course, advertising spend is going down every day and all that. They keep giving us different reasons why the spend is less, is going down and all that. Of course, we also look at competition, global competition, right? There's competition everywhere where the industry is no more a local industry, so to speak. It's now a global industry where you have competition from all over the world. Of course, we're looking at also talking about a shift in our audience. Now, the younger ones, the Gen Zs, they are growing to become people who take decisions right now and all that. So we need to start creating content towards that generation. So it's very important for us to shift our content base from the way we used to do it to focus to this new audience. So basically, these are the key reasons why we need to shift rethink our content creation strategies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know that, Franklin, you are a researcher and a strategist, and it's important for us to begin to look at what are the new revenue streams, emerging for content creators, because we need to, as we look away, not just for the traditional advertising agency, what are not emerging, streams of how we can generate more revenue, that is available for the content creators.
Okay, good afternoon. Thanks very much for that question. So, content has been done in a very traditional basis, and that's because as it's emerging, we continue to learn new ways to update ourselves, and that's all good. But right now, even the advertising agencies still look upon the brands for, budget approval and guidance. So while the content creators are also taking a cap from the advertising agencies, they also follow, what you call your annual brand plans or whatever it is priority to those brands within that period of time. Now, to leapfrog that triangle, and, because sometimes it can be strangulating, especially if those things are not approved in time. And even if they were, there's a lot of back and forth in terms of what might necessarily be approved, which might not necessarily be your own, the kind of content you naturally want to push out. Other ways to go around this thing would be, one of the key words to do is, first of all, you have to have a positioning that defines what that content is. What is unique about your content? So the way you try to do it for brands, you have to first of all define it for yourself, because otherwise it becomes commoditized compared to others. Why do you have to select your content from the other ones? Once you have a positioning that defines your own kind of content, then you can productivize that content. And to put it in context, for example, let's say you do, you talk about cooking shows specifically for young women who are looking to bridge the generational gap about understanding cooking. So example could be in point is, you're waiting for the Noors and the Maggies of this world to call you to come talk about content which you share on your Instagram page. They don't approve a budget for a year, or your pricing is too high, it's too low, or they want to do a different extension that might not necessarily connect with you on social media. They probably want to do a reality TV show. The good way for you to do that is what defines your content. Why would you go meet, for example, Nestle compared to GB Foods and say, this is my content and I think you need to bring me on board. So there has to be that distinction. That is one. Once you define that, and an example could be you play around comedy or you're targeting a specific range of people. And this range of people could be, I talk only between the ages of 18 and 25. So I'm not talking to all women, but I'm talking to those people who are probably finishing universities and probably looking to start a home. So you define specifically your audience, and you might call those people CCACOs. I'm talking to CCACO, whether you're in the rural thing. If you don't learn how to cook, I'm going to talk to you how to prepare a particular kind of soup or stew. So you are very well defined on who you're talking to. You're not talking to all women. That's one. Two, the thing is, how do I productivize CCACO? And the good thing to do that could be you create not just creating websites, but specific content that shows the ways these people can connect with you beyond your regulatory social media platforms. If you're not on social media, how would you define or connect with that particular audience? Would you? So it could be a pop-up this, or you write a menu book or stuff like that. And those things is not necessarily where the income is coming. It's for you to first of all bridge the awareness and bridge that gap. Once you've done it over a period of time, then it becomes systematic that those people want to subscribe to the thing you're sharing for. So one good way would be a newsletter that they can connect with you that is rich with information and content that you share with them on a regular basis. Now, even if you don't commercialize it, it gives you an avenue to continually shift content to them weekly or a performance basis. And then after a period of time, you've gained that period of time, then you can now bring them to a pop-up that they can connect with you. Now, the idea is you have to, like I said, you have to productivize what that thing is. And that thing could be in different verticals. It could be a graphic comic book. It could be your own extension of a lesson or a master class of how those people can come connect with you. Because if you say you're a master of a content, then it means people go to the thought leader within that space. The other thing is people who might not even be within your geography might learn about the things you do and they might want to connect with you. So they have to go to some place they might want to subscribe or download or connect with you for a minimal fee. And that thing is 24/7. You know, again, beyond the purview of your traditional platforms and media. That becomes your own space where people want to say, I want to connect with this community, and I also want to learn a particular thing or particular period for a period of time. They put a subscription fee, $9 per month, and a bouquet where if you add this to your cart, you not only get this content, but we can also do a specific video for you. If you love this, you can add this also to your cart where I can do a 30-minute strategy class for you in terms of connect specifically to what's the issue you have, and then you create that range and stuff like that. So those are just simple ideas. To break it further, if you've created, because again, if it's generic, I wouldn't even come to you in the first place. Yes. If you've mastered this over a period of time, then you can begin to also franchise out your brand, which is another key and where the real money comes in. If you create a brand, because your brand goes beyond the business. Your business could be like about, seasoning cubes, for example. But your brand is what opens those doors. And if people love your brand, you can franchise it in Kenya. Someone who likes the way you do your work or your graphic stuff and says, I would love to use this because you've already invested in that brand. Can I roll it out in Cameroon? And you say, okay, pay me an annual license fee to use the same thing, and you create guidelines. So those are just some simple ways to extend that franchise of your intellectual property.
Wow, thank you very much. I hope we are learning something. Now, I'll be coming to Aija. When all of us will be talking about having original content, and I can say that everyone that is in MCON have good content, all right, because we've been on TV and some other platform over the years. But the thing is that the budget for an individual or a company keep going slimmer, and you want to create authentic content. And so at this point, how can creators balance authenticity with commercial viability when diversifying income, sources? So that's my question. That's how can we, balance all of that in creating authentic content?
Thank you very much. Since yesterday, there has been a lot of information overload, all surrounding content creation, fragmentation, sustainability, and all of that.
Yes.
And the key thing, like Uranta said yesterday, is about training knowing your products or knowing what you have to do. Yes, like I said earlier, citizen journalism has made everybody to be content creators. But if you know, and then Ijama said yesterday that she's in content for business. And somebody else has said here today that for the money, for advocacy, and for all of that. Content creation may not necessarily for business. You know, if you create content mainly for passion, for instance, later on, it can turn to profits. So we know that, yes, there's a lot of budget constraints for content creation. So what do? Do we now sit down and relax that we cannot create content again? No. For me, I want to believe that we all come from a community. It's been said here that create your audience. If you have a community, have you leveraged on that community to create a content for them? We all belong to different associations, old schools, alumni, faith-based association. Have you thought of shifting from the regular traditional media to say, this is what I can do? Can I create content for you? Can I cover your events? That will earn you money. Can I, just do this? There are a lot of events on the Nigerian calendar and even the international calendar. For us, we do a lot of it. International Day for the Girl Child. For instance, have you done a skit to say, yes, this is my proficiency? Yes, initially it may not earn you money, but definitely later on when they know you, when you have carved a niche for a particular audience, the money will come. It's not, the truth of the matter is that there's budget constraints. So you must shift. It's definite. So we are experiencing a situation where you have to go for identify the gap. There is a need here. We have, and it's not just people of my movement. So when you have identified that field, I run now. Most people that patronize that program are majorly not from my own faith, because they know that 30 days consistently it's viable for them to run their ad. And then it's not just corporate organization. For me, I hardly rely on advert agencies. I target individuals, groups that I know that my product will interest. Do you understand? So the era of relying on advert agencies, that money will not come after 4 or 6 months. It's gone. It's gone.
It's gone.
That's the truth. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Very well, very well. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I'll be coming to Mr. Osana. Good. Few years ago, maybe probably for some people it's many years ago, when we watch TV or listen to radio, probably what we saw on some of our musical channel was the MC Hammer of those days. You can name many of them. That's what we were singing over here. But it took one policy for some regulations that, yes, a certain percentage should be played as, of course, we know some of those details. But that has changed the entire system. For the Gen Z who probably didn't know all of this, maybe they walk into the era of Davido and all that, so they didn't know what actually happened. That there was a time all the clubhouses, the DJs and all that, they were, it was full of foreign musicals. So my question is, from your perspective, how can policy and regulation better support creative economy?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm happy that two DJs are here. The DJ of MBC and DJ Von. You see, in creating content and talking of policy, it was a deliberate policy at that time. And growing up, we all thought that radio was a blind medium. You can't see anybody there. But now, it has shifted. Like the DJ MBC was saying here, that it's not about you being a policeman to the people. It was a deliberate policy. In creating content or selling content, maybe from a private sector, you'll be looking at money. But one slight mistake can put this country on fire. So it's a deliberate effort that, like in Radio Nigeria, we say we're uniting the people and the nation. You know, you have to be a deliberate policy from government. If that policy didn't come up, all this creative video and co wouldn't have shine now. Somebody was giving a story that one day he was walking the street of London and he was hearing Two-Face music. He now stood back and said, Two-Face in London? But we're growing up, we're looking at all these Shalama, and we don't even know them, but we have our tapes and we're listening to them. But a deliberate government policy. That is why we should not run down government agencies too. They have their role to play. If NBC will close its eye that, okay, now everyone's a journalist, one slight mistake can set the country on fire. But you need these government agencies to put us on our toes too. In as much as we want to make money, but we have to checkmate ourselves, because if you leave it for all comers, there will be a problem. If there's no NBC, I'm sure what will come out of our airways will be shock, both TV and radio. So government too has its place to play. You might not look at it. Government is not about Naira and Kuku. That the producers will say, okay, I want to make money, but there's something that government is doing that you might not see it physically, but it goes a long way. Like Ajay is saying, there are certain things that you think that, okay, this might not bring me money. But if you preach unity for a very long time on your postcard on some, one agency will say, if I put my product here, I have the researcher will tell you, consistency, that okay, this followership has this amount of, if you look at radio now, like we in Radio Nigeria, for example, we have an online radio now called Click Nigeria, because we realize that how many of us will wait for 4 o'clock to break news from Radio Nigeria? But we want news at a go, as you are going on our phones, so it's a deliberate policy on government too. Like today, if I'm 18 years old, I'm sure if I show my father's radio to my daughter, she will laugh. What is it all about, Daddy? It doesn't make sense to her. But it's a deliberate policy that our unity and progress of this country must be our backbone. And that's why government come in, and that's how policy come in. If that 30, 70 didn't come up, most musicians, it was not lucrative for you to be a musician. Because I used to see Balamila when I was secondary school come to our school and play for us. And in fact, I was sitting down with Mr. Osai, and I wanted to ask him, how are you surviving then? Doing all these your small roles and co. But with time now, it's a brand now. He can do so many things for what he didn't get money for then. So I think we should look towards that. I don't know whether I've answered your question, Reverend. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You know, I'm going to direct my next question to Kingsley Omoefe. Kingsley Omoefe has been in this industry, creating content for both TV and other platforms. And like I said, we have done all of the whole conversation in the last 24 hours. So we're now beginning to look at how can we generate more money? How can we monetize for more? We already have our content being created. So beyond the digital platform, what offline or hybrid opportunities exist for monetization? We have our content. So how can we generate more income or revenue beyond the digital platform?
Well, thank you. For me, I would have thought that how can traditional beyond terrestrial, but however, let me try to answer that question. Now, basically, if what we do most majorly on terrestrial TV is basically that. So most of the from there is through the advert spend and product placement and all that. But we talked about repurposing our content recently throughout this whole conversation. How can we repurpose our content? For example, I mentioned in one of our sessions that we can re-edit our long-form content. Those are 30-minute series, those 45-minute series and all that. We can re-edit them into smaller short forms so that we can also put them on different platforms. Like if you notice these days, we have, apart from the SVODs, we have the paywalls, right? Paywalls being where you pay for those content. It's locked, so you pay for it to access it. If you go to a lot of platforms right now, you see a lot of it's micro soaps, programs where you see like all these Korean series. Yes, Korean series where you have to pay to access. Maybe they can even give you the first free episode to watch free. So if you need to pay, if you need to go forward further, they say you pay for the next one and all that. So that's one way that we can also make money from that. Of course, we talked about the brand endorsement thing and all that, where you can talk to people, I mean agencies and brands and clients that I want to do this production for this period and all that. It's going to air on Soplace, on all the stations across Nigeria and all that. So I want your product to be, when I'm shooting my program, I want your product to be placed on strategically on my project so we can have a bit of resource back so we can give you some mileage. So we also talked about how we can get to the client directly, right, so that they can finance some of these projects. Most importantly, I think for me, I'm trying to run away from the fact that we must go digital, right? We must go digital. That is the way that we need to go right now. YouTube is very massive right now. Of course, TikTok is massive. Facebook for our generation is massive. Of course, X is also massive. So we need to look at all those options and how we can make money from it. So there's a whole lot of platforms that we can make a lot of money from. We don't need to stay in the same position and think that, okay, if I don't go to the agencies to get advert, I cannot make money from that. Okay, let me give you a simple example of what I did. So I have a program called Yours Faithfully. It's a series. But I've gone to re-edit this program as there's a gate man and a driver who are on this program, and they bring the comic aspect to this, which is the normal thing for a series. So they are the one that bring the comic relief to this project. But I've gone ahead to extract only those two characters. One is Freeborn, who is the gate man, and one is Jerome, the driver. So I've gone to right. I extracted only those two persons and named the content Freeborn and Jerome, and now it's running as an independent program on YouTube. And I'm even getting more. I know. Okay. So I'm getting more traction on that one. I'm even making more views on that one, and this is something that I've used and showed on all over Nigerian local TV stations and all that. So what I've done also is that I have two different YouTube channels. So the long form as a series is running on one channel, and my movies, then I have this other form which is run as a skit and short form. So that's another way we can use repurpose our content and make good money. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all your explanation. One of the reasons I actually asked that question is it provides more opportunity for us to learn. You know, we talked about going away or look beyond the traditional media. One of the first things that will come to our mind is digital. Mm-hmm. So my point I was trying to make it beyond the digital itself. Okay. And so you can also contribute. So beyond the digital itself, you have created content. Can you sell? Can you other options? That's why I asked the question. But you made you've answered some of the questions. That's why I said beyond digital, let's look at other options available that we can explore from.
Okay, well, basically, it's still a bit difficult, but because everything that we're talking about, we're trying to see how we can move forward to that direction and all. But we can come to film content market and places like this to license our content to radio stations and TV stations and all that. We can also have this barter arrangement, where a TV station needs your content. I mean, I'm talking about local stations now, and you also get airtime for it, or they can pay some few a little token. Maybe they come together, like 20 or 30 stations come together and say, okay, we don't have 1 million to buy per episode for your content, but 10 of us can contribute 100,000 per station and give you for the content and all that. So we can have this whole station come together as one entity and buy this content. That's another way we can do that. But I'll give to our Giaton.
Very fine.
Thank you very much. You see, we are sounding too elitist here. And when we are having this conversation, we tend to forget those are folks in the rural area that are even more of the mass audience. Some of them, they don't even have power to watch the traditional media. Some of them don't have data. Somebody said, if content is king, data is the throne. Do you understand? A king needs a throne to sit on. You see, let's even think beyond cinema, television, radio. Radio, yes, it's meant for the rural people, or even the online. Have we ever thought of town hall like this, or community viewing centers, where we can create content and then we have the mass audience to transmit? I remember there was a particular academic research I was doing, and a particular rustic village, no light, nothing, but a lot of people contributed money. Let them also feel belonged. Let them be carried along with what is happening. So a community viewing center was being established for them to also watch. They are part of the community. They say that the redefinition of development is the town cannot be developed, or the urban centers cannot be developed when the rural is underdeveloped. So then there's no development. So we must carry them along. It must be an all-inclusive thing. The DGs are here. Do you understand? We must not always think that transmission or broadcasting is only elitist. We must think about the rural folks, where we even have the mass audience. That's why you see that some of even the buyers, they want television, they want TV stations in the rural area, in the state, particularly the north. They want to also get the eyeballs from there. So when we are talking, when we are conversing, we should not just say, yes, data it is, online, all of that, this traditional media. There are people who are not as privileged. That's what I just want to add.
I think that what I just saying that is why when DG Von was here, it's not about the language too. If you create a content in your English or your comfort zone or data, you translate to other language. If you come to radio now, in everywhere about 45 FM stations in Radio Nigeria, and any locality you go, they speak their language. If you produce for Lagos, or it might not be acceptable to somebody in Damaturu. So in your production, you should be concentrated on this. Like I just saying, how many people have data? But in your small radio, transistor radio, you could listen to what's happening. You could put your content there. If that's your need, if you produce for rural people and government buy into it, you will still make your money, and you are still doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. If I thank to Mkwan, one of the things that we have introduced, this is the maiden edition, is the AI masterclass, that is ongoing at the moment. I think we should give us a round of applause. Let's do that. Thank you very much. I want Frank to talk about the role technology play, in building this industry and to make it better, more relevant. So like AI and the likes. So how can we deploy all of this for us to have a more viable, creative industry?
I mean, in a multiplicity of ways. I think, first of all, we're traditionally using it for what I'll call, we prompt and then we ask a question and then we use it for the basic ways, but which is fine because we always have to grow and standardize that, and that's still something a lot of people are even still learning to, so that's fine as it is. But in this day and age, I mean, past few weeks, they've rolled out updated forms of, AI, GPT, and of course. And right now, you can even create your own agent that can create your own ecosystem for you, from developing your websites to creating content that can take you on for months. And then we've even rolled out platforms that can create your advertising campaigns, the copies you use. But again, all of this comes at a certain costs. But if you invest in them, then it sort of democratizes your process and access to you. So if you're looking at the ecosystem now, what are the things we do when you create content? Let's look at it from the basis. So you have an idea, right? Then you either use your laptop or your script to write what that idea is, yes? You look for someone to help you produce that idea, or you do it yourself now these days of your iPhones and co. And then you look for a platform to broadcast that idea. It could be your Instagram, your website, and co. That's usually the linear process. And then you wait for engagement and reach on the other end, which sort of customizes. People can download your stuff, edit it, and remix it, and then become sort of like their own audience. Now the thing is, in that linear journey, you can go directly from ideation to purchase, if that is what you want. Before, you have to follow the traditional loop, waiting for an audience to get what the outcome is. But from having an idea and putting in those prompts with AI, it can create it can refine your idea, tell you who your target audience is, customize across different localities, geographies, and create copies and campaigns customized for them. You go to platforms like Ideogram, it can now create the visuals and the videos for you to use. Again, customized, and I'm talking minutes. You can create those things, and refine them, watch them edit, and then you post on those things. So in a matter of a few hours, you have a campaign that can last you for the next 30 days. So with an investment for, let's say, between $30 to $99, let's say in Naira, that's about 150,000 Naira, if you have that kind of income. There's a whole lot you can do to shorten that stuff. So if you find out people that are doing this are usually those who have the income or are working with partners or brands. But for the ordinary day-to-day guy, because not everybody has that, even that revenue, even though it might look small for you, is how would you leverage this thing? We still have your freemium models across these models, whether it's the one Google just launched with VO or ChatGPT. The key thing is to always ask yourself why, at the minimum of 5 times, why do you want people to even listen to this content influence? If you refine what your position is very well, and then you can be able to audit and question what your kind of content is, then you can at least be able to roll out with AI and technology.
Still talking about technology, you obviously will not replace the traditional media, like I said before. I see it as complementary.
Yes.
But I also carried out an experiment that I have programs both on TV and online. The shift is very, very obvious. After the broadcast on TV, I share. I have a community. My community is first contacts on my phone. I have a broadcast list of almost 6,000 or so. After grouped together anyway, after each broadcast, I don't share before broadcast because I still want to promote where I am coming from. I am like DG Von said, all these analog people. Yes, I haven't started my career since 81, 82. It's normal that I should still be loyal to that background. So after each broadcast, I share my content with my contacts, and believe you me, the feedback I get is with the use of the technology, the ones I share. Oh, good program, can we do this, can we do that? So I've built a community for myself, and it is only complementing what is on the traditional media. Of course, before, you would have promoted, watch, and by the time some people are saying, oh, I already watched it, you are rest assured that, yes, you are not broadcasting to a void. So technology is always there. After broadcast, you share on Facebook, you share with your WhatsApp group, you share on the YouTube, Facebook. You share, it is even the YouTube link that you share. So the subscribers are there. So technology has come to stay, but it will not replace our traditional media.
Okay, let me just add to you, sir, you are not worried about replacing the traditional media. There's this fast that is coming, the free adverts supported television system that's coming. It's basically just carry this old terrestrial system and start streaming, so that we don't lose our young generation viewer, the audience now. So that will help what we're doing right now. So it's not basically going to replace, but it's going to help to improve and augment and complement whatever we're doing. So I think we should also get ready for that system so that we can.
Sorry, I'm not taking your job from you. I want to ask a question. When you are transmitting on traditional media and it's being streamed on Facebook and other platforms, what's the difference between this Fast TV?
Okay, basically Fast is just like you have different channels right now.
Sorry, because when you are transmitting the same time on Facebook, the young ones are carried along. Or don't you think so?
Okay. So
and then it is there. You can always go back to it and because I have that experience.
Okay, it's not that I'm an expert with the fasting, but it's something that we come to grow up with, and I think we keep they keep telling us about it. But basically, it's like the whole channel thing now. Like you have NTA, you have AIT, you have all of them.
They all have platforms.
Yes, all the platforms now be listed as a channel and be up there. So you have different offerings online on the print platform.
Thank you very much. Thank you. In wrapping up, our time has been on, and we have just a few minutes to wrap up. One word, what would be the takeaway? You know, we have a lot of students here. We have those that want to create content, either using the traditional medium or the digital space. So what would be the takeaway? What advice do we have for everyone? So we'll have just like 30 seconds each.
Okay, so for me, my advice is that content is not about emotions. It's business now. So you must know your audience and know where your money will come back from. So don't just do content for the sake of doing content. Know where it's going to air and how you're going to make some money back at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Training. It is not for all comers. If you want to produce premium content, you must know about it. Learn under somebody. Serve as an apprentice. We have a lot of MQA members here that can mentor you. Learn about it. Know it before you venture into it. If you just go and you are just creating content for yourself. Know it, learn it, and do it. You are home and dry. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the final one, don't look at policy of government as if it's anti-people. Look at policy of government like NBC. It's not anti-people because you see, if you see NBC,
you make a strong point there.
Don't run away, please. We are there to guide you because without Nigeria, you can't create content. What would be your audience? So don't look at government institutions as if they're after you. We are working for the same country. If our country gets better, we'll all be happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Without Nigeria, you can't create content. Thank you for that. All right, Franklin.
Yeah, for content, try to create themes that matter to people. So create themes around your content so that you can hook on specific category of people. Turn those themes into series. Just like the way you love your Korea, your Nigerian drama, it's because over a period of time, people begin to hook on specific kind of genres. Hook on those themes, and then you can now become a professional in that space.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. We can now take maybe one or two questions.
Any questions,
will help
please?
us with that.
Yes. Be brief, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Sunday. My question is this. If you have good idea, good content, without the technical skill in terms of setting up your platform the right way, will that content fly? No, you have an idea. You have what you want to put out there, as content, but you don't have the technical skill in terms of set up your media platform the right way, whereby it's visible to the right audience. Because you may have content and end up only you and your family being the viewers.
You have answered it.
All right. You have answered.
You have
So it's
idea.
like it's the popular,
no technical know-how. You meet with the right people.
It's the popular adage now.
like
a
Elijah
woman
said,
cannot wink in.
to
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, like Elijah said, you need some form of training and all that. And filmmaking and television production is a collaborative effort. So if you don't know how to handle cameras for now, you can get someone to help you handle that and all that. No, he's talking about if you don't have the technical skills, how do you? I'm referring to the technical aspect of it. So you need a bit of training for that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Negedu Roslin. I'm from National Broadcast Academy, the training arms of Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. So I'm looking at it from the perspective of marketing as relating to traditional media. Like the madam that was speaking then said, I was looking at it as in traditional cannot be ruled out in the sense that even if we have new media, as in content and all of that producing. And one of the guest speakers spoke about ChatGPT. It depends on what, in an area, whether it's remote, what is it the method that those information or entertainment can be tailored down to them? Like, for example, we have the old Ikebe Super. People with that region of that time could enjoy it because there were features and drawing and patterns that people that relate to the stories involved or the information involved. So I'm looking at it that is it not possible that even creating things from ChatGPT and all of that, CapCut, it can also be printed out in form of print media and tailored it down to the people in such region in a way that those information, the way they can receive it and then enjoy it and all of that.
Okay,
Yes.
is that a comment, question?
It's a comment and a question.
No, what's the question? So that just
Is there a way content can be brought down? You remember when we were growing up, there was the Ikebe Super Magazine, which was a TV show, and it was also in print form. So she's asking, is there a way to help improve with the distribution of a particular content? Is there a way we can, yes, we can diversify and not just have it on either radio or TV or online? Yeah, I think that's what she's asking.
I think I just talked about it now, that you can do town hall, you can do Sliman, community viewing centers. I think that's all about, because it's all about the normal platform you have, because we are talking of data. The researcher will tell you, how many of us are online? We are 200 million people, and he can tell you for free that I'm sure more than half are not online. So what of the other people? Who takes care of them? So that's why we have to take them to them. That's why government is creating FM station almost every state, so that the local language, if you have a content, you can, if you go to Borno, they can pick maybe in Kanuri. If you go to Ishaki, they put in Ishaki language. Even in the Yoruba and Hausa, there are different Hausa and different locations. So you cascade it to those areas so that they could be carried along too.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Akali Kechuku Ebere. Can call me Double G as my stage name. I'm a content creator, also a creative writer, both TV and radio. My question goes to NBC, Nigeria Broadcasting Commission. Sir, the question I want to ask, I've been listening to one particular radio station frequency. As a content creator, I'm also a problem solver to a station and TV, because I write unsolicited proposals. So that particular radio station, I've been listening to the program from morning to night, even a month, but they are lacking advert placement, because we're talking how to bring revenue, make more money as a content creator and advertising industry. So, sir, I want to know the problem. Why the particular station lacking to place advert placement? That's why they're not coming to the station. I want to know.
Okay.
And number one, I have a reason.
Now,
because I want to find, I want to find solution to the problem. That's why I want to ask question.
Okay. Now,
the NPC DG cannot answer it, because which FM station? You can't just be vague. I think you have to be specific and and timed up. What time you listen to them?
Okay.
And they are not under obligation to carry your advert anyway. If they don't find it worthy. If you have a content and I don't find it,
yeah. I want to know whether it's the media department or marketing.
So he's asking why a particular station would not have adverts running on them from morning till night. Is that what you're asking?
No. A particular program.
No, I said now, station make money through advertisement, placement, Abi?
Yes.
So, such station, they are not getting advert placement like products. I want to know the reason. Is it the problem of the marketing aspect or media department?
Okay, I think it's straightforward. It's not an NBC issue.
Not an NBC issue, really.
Hello. Yeah, thank you. Let me help you. It's not an NBC.
Please, sir, we need somebody with spiritual eye to help us answer this question. Are you going to help?
Okay.
I thought I got the question wrong, but Okay, so I thought he was asking why they were not carrying adverts. And I wanted to clarify that as a radio station, when you are going under test transmission, you are not allowed to carry adverts. That is clear, even for TV. But coming to the question which he clarified, it is not compulsory you carry adverts. If they are not getting adverts, there's no obligation you must carry adverts. Number two, if they have found a new way of monetizing their products, they do not have to carry adverts at all. It's not against the law. It's discretional. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me commend the anchor and the team members here who have deepened discussions on this. Let me first just say the director from FRCN made a point that many of us just laughed about. I just want to re-echo that it's a very important point he made that all of us should take seriously. There are tendencies sometimes for us to think that, one, anybody in government is a person lost to his people or to others. And then secondly, that every government policy is anti-people. And the DJ NBC is from the private sector. When he leaves, he's coming back, he's going back to the private sector. I am also from the private sector. I'm not organic to Voice of Nigeria, which I lead now. So please, let's take his point very seriously. Government policies and plans are not anti-people. DGNBC just raised that point. NBC is not just out to wave the big stick. We must understand that all these public media institutions are national institutions for all of us. Any of us here can live and have the opportunity to lead it tomorrow. So it's important that you take advantage and know about this institution. DGNBC 2 years ago didn't know that, maybe 3 years didn't know he's going to lead NBC. I also didn't know I was going to come to lead Voice of Nigeria. So it's important that now you take interest, what's my... No, don't say that. You don't know when opportunity will come for you to lead this institution. So take it seriously. Don't always feel that every government policy and plan, that is why even when you come to criticize, you should do it constructively. You know, when you should be focused on issues, not condemning the institution that, fine, you may not know that tomorrow you may be given the opportunity to lead that institution. So it's very important. You know, sometimes when I have discussion, for instance, around NEL fund, many, no, it's not true. You have not even found out what government policy and plan is about this student loan. You have not taken the loan. You are discouraging others online not to go for it. So it's important. I'm talking to Gen Z. We're talking as family now. As Gen Z, take advantage and get to know about, it's not an excuse that you don't know about NBC. No, you are in Nigeria. You don't know about Voice of Nigeria. You don't know about FRCN. You don't know about NOA. You don't know about NTA. You don't know about ARCON. But you know more about things outside your own country. Yes. These are public media institutions. You don't ask questions. You don't, now we are here, they have asked you to ask questions about Voice of Nigeria or NBC. You have not said anything. Yes. Ask questions. Find out. It's not an excuse. You use the biblical teaching of Matthew 7:7. Seek, knock, and whatever. What is there? You understand? You have not asked, you have not seek, you seek to condemn. And finally, my sister, you raised a point that I wanted to speak to about what my friend Amaka did mention when you commended her that she has spent 12 years and you have also spent 6 years. What I understand from media generally, media is leverage. My background is print first, PR, print, and then before I venture into a broadcast. Sometimes the brand, your own core brand, will not take you home in time of generation of income, but it's a leverage. You own a brand, you build it to a level, and then you do other things because you are associated with this brand. Because of the brand that she's associated for 12 years, she can do things as a leverage.
Yes. Yes.
So for us as content creator, once you stay and you are consistent in what you do and then you create a niche, you can leverage on that. If you read, I'd like to refer to the newest book in town of our big brother, Femi Otedola, Making It Big. He talks so much about leverage. He leveraged the environment he found himself, his father's environment where he formed Femco and started cutting nails because of the people that he saw. So as a content creator, don't be focused on making money directly from the content you create. Build the brand and then you leverage as you grow.
Great. A resounding round of applause for that. Like, he just wanted to say one thing, but he ended up saying so many very crucial things. Leverage is very important. And then when he was talking to us about the government policies, he was like, he wanted to tell all of us, kneel down and raise up your hand. Like, that admonition entered. But honestly, we actually need to do better. I think it's a mindset that we grew up with, that the government hates us and they're against us. And so even when there is something that is good for us, we still view it with bombastic side eye, like something is wrong here. But that's why events like this are actually very important, so that we'll have the people at the helm of affairs come tell us exactly what it is they're doing. So thank you very much, sir. We needed to hear that. One person has a question. Okay, you want to say something?
Yes, before you get there, leverage can also be referred to as status conferrer or social capital. If you use all of that, it will pay your bills. And you, thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to use myself as an example so that you can learn from what the DGs are saying. There was a time in this country, there was an advert that the government was supporting COVID. There was a time during the COVID era, the government put out advertising that they were supporting households. How many of you guys applied? I applied and I got the money. There was another time that the same government advertised through Nemcea, they call it the Exmis loan for creative industry. I even shared the information. How many people applied? I applied and I got the money. I didn't know anybody. There was a time when the government advertised that they wanted to help the staffers of your company. If you are the CEO and you're finding it difficult to pay salaries, I applied. My staff, they were paid for 3 months. I didn't know nobody. I was in my office. Some of my staff that had even came for IT and they had left, they were still collecting the money. And right now, as me and you are sitting down here, there is an advert that is online. If you like, when you go online, go and play. There is one right now. The government is saying you should apply for at least $10,000 for creative economy too. You are aware? Yeah. You have applied. God bless. I have applied. I don't know anybody, and I'm sure I will get it because I have all my papers in place. You pay your tax, you do all of that. Apply everything, all the criteria, make sure you meet it. So don't just sit there and say the government is not doing this. Look, before I sit down, there was a time another information came out that the EU was supporting Africa. I saw it, they call it Andersonia Project. When I saw it, I jumped on it. I was on my own, they sent me the letter of offer. We were 5 from the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 5 from every country, from South Africa, from Tanzania, everywhere. In fact, the previous president of MIPAN came with his wife. We were in Milan for 3 weeks. They paid for our visas, they paid for our tickets, they paid for our hotel. If you see my hotel, check it out. Then they gave us euro to spend. So when you're online, mind what you're doing. I didn't know nobody. And I got all of this. So please stop saying the Tinubu is not doing this. That one, you yourself, what are you doing to help yourself? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Who else here, apart from me, will become applicants from today? Applicant number 1. Anywhere you see www.apply, because you just never can tell. No, I know you've been raising your hand. I'm coming to you. Apply first. Apply. As long as they don't ask for your BVN, apply. Una too fear. What's that? NOA, are you here? Now, they are here. Wait, calm down. I know where you're going to. NOA, are they here? National Orientation Agency. I think we need someone from there. Yeah, NOA, they were here before. I knew that you people were here. So he's talking to NOA. Just tell us, maybe this is an opportunity for you to tell us what you're doing as well. Just anybody. So he's asking, how can NOA help people? It's orientation agency. How do you people help us get orientation? That's it.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mrs. Helen Chukwaji from National Orientation Agency. Actually, we use so many avenues to orientate our people. You see our DG, if you look at what he's doing now online, you see that we are really trying now. Apart from that, we go to the village, inside, that is the grassroots, to orientate people. Using the CDC, that is Community Development. We go to markets. We also go to motor parts. We go to artisans. Recently, we were going to all these people. Even last week, we were going to those people to orientate them. Talking to them, this now fund that DG Von talked about. We went to markets to talk to, especially the market people, because they don't know about it. We talk about online, but everybody doesn't go online, especially these market people. They don't know about all these things. We went to schools, to investigate, because people were saying that this is scam. So we had to go to schools to investigate whether actually they are paying these students. And they confirmed. So many of them confirmed that they collected this money. So it's real. So it's real. So many things that government is doing is real. But people are always saying, yes. So
okay.
That is it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
much. Some of the comment, I'm not sure.
1 minute. The director of VON wants to speak on behalf of the director of NOA, please.
I said earlier that we work as a family, and my colleague and I would confer that any question around any of the agencies, if a director is around, the director will answer, but at least we will reinforce what that director has said. Like I said earlier, if you take attention to what NOA is doing today, at least in the last 2 years, it can be enough in telling our story and all of that, but if you follow NOA today, there is no platform, traditional and online, that you not find one information about NOA today. And I'm going to give you one after the other, at least a few. Number one, since the current DG, Malan Larry Onilu, resumed office, he started a weekly e-magazine which focus on key policy and plans of government. That is one. Two, there is a particular platform, madam, that you can click to. Do you know what is the name of that platform again? Of NOA platform that as you are sitting here, I will go out, I'll call him, I'll get the name of the platform, I'll let you know. Once you click, no, the magazine is, yes, you click and every information you require today, you are going to get it offhand. In addition to other traditional platforms which he has amplified. I am not saying it's enough, but you know the challenge? And that is why when I was talking about us as Nigerians taking interest in even this platform is very important. Our attitude and mindset must change as a people. Our attitude and mindset as a people must change towards government platform, policy and plan. Even if you check a platform and your mind say, what are they going, what will they have there? No. The NOA of today, he's constantly reinforcing and explaining. In fact, the last explainer is on Nel Fund. The last edition of Nel Fund, I'm going to forward it to you now, madam, and I'm going, yes, you have it. And I'm also going to let the DG, the Director General, know on how it's going to escalate it within the MCON platform. I'm telling him, once I leave here, I'm going to call him. So I just want to advise that please, let us take interest in our own platform. We may be given opportunity to lead it tomorrow. That's what I'm saying, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, please, very quickly.
Okay, so very quickly, I believe I'm speaking the minds of a lot of beginner content creators here. Okay. So for beginner content creators who are trying to get into the creative industry and maybe have started, most of them are worried about not having the perfect background. Some of them might actually, have good content, but they're not driving that traffic because they are not attracting the audience due to their background. And then you see some content creators who are not really saying, things that we should be hearing, but because they have really nice backgrounds, they are well coordinated, they get more tractions. So this is an observation. What would you say to people who create good content but are having issues with, their background setup? What would you suggest to improve that? And that's basically it. Let me not.
I think the brand strategist should answer that question. She's talking about, the setting where the content is being created, right?
Okay, like that is creating the context in terms of how do we create that content and make it unique and standard. I want to hear the specific question.
The background, the setting, where the content. So she's talking about people who have the setup very prim and proper, high quality versus people who don't, who probably are creating the content in their homes and you're seeing generator at the back with keg and feel and stuff like that.
There will always be a disparity between those that invest in getting those things versus those that didn't. Again, apart from talking about training, the other way you can easily leapfrog that thing is to subscribe to platforms that already make those things, which is, I mentioned some of those AI tools right now. So if you're a good creator or you think you're a good copywriter, but you don't have that background, this thing, then leverage those platforms that can create those videos for you, do those copywritings for you, and even subscribe your email using those AI platforms. That's the easiest way to blend creativity plus technology or development tools that help you bridge that gap. Otherwise, the person who has put in that effort will always still beat you, no matter create a distinction for themselves.
Thank you very much. So time for pictures, yeah?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You all have done an amazing job. A round of applause for them, please. Yes, so we've kept them up there for more than necessary. So please, let's clap for them. DJ, please.
When I said to you that I never want to love another woman, girl, it was true. So true, I meant to marry you. When I did, I really want to take care of you. For you, now you say you want to leave me, girl. When around you, I have built my world. Whatever you heard about me, baby, is definitely crazy. Please give me one chance to show.
Gala. Nigeria boasts the largest media market in Africa, with over 200 radio stations, hundreds of TV platforms, and a fast-growing digital content space. With increasing investment in broadband and streaming, the media ecosystem is evolving, and Africa serves as the nerve center of this transformation. Each of the 4 days of Africast will feature 9 to 10 hours of dynamic programming, hosting over 3,000 local and international participants. Expect keynote sessions, masterclasses, exhibitions, film showcases, regulatory roundtables, and tech product unveilings. Africast 2025 offers brands a spectrum of partnership packages designed to maximize visibility, engagement, and ROI. From platinum to associate levels, sponsors enjoy a variety of benefits like on-site brand activations and product showcases, logo placement across digital, print, and venue assets.
NBC, your right to quality broadcasting.
Welcome to Africast 2025, Africa's leading broadcast and media business gathering, where the future of the continent,
which is the award night. But for this part of this event will soon come to a close. Right now, I would like to call upon the Managing Director, Noah's Ark, and President, Association of Advertising Agencies of Nigeria, AAAN, in the person of Mr. Lanre Adisa, to come speak to us on the topic, capturing attention in a crowded world, building strong communities and crafting engaging, interactive experience. Mr. Lanre, sir, please come up. A round of applause for him, please, as he comes. This is the President, Association of Advertising Agencies of Nigeria. So he has a thing or two to teach us on how we can capture people's attention in this noisy, saturated, crowded world. Please, let's clap for him. This is a very, extremely busy man. For him to take the time to be here with us today, we need to appreciate him.
Thank you very much. Okay, while the techie, okay, good. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lanre Adisa, like you were just told. I'll be speaking about how to capture this highly distracted audience that we're all dealing with. And of course, my background is advertising, as you know, so I'm going to be more into that space and see how they all work together. In reality, whatever we do as advertising in the context of today's world is content, basically. That's what it is. So it's interchangeable in a very, simple way. So when I refer to brands or advertising or anything, you can also take it that I'm talking about content, which is where you guys play. So, and there's a whole lot we can learn from, what we've done in that space, because we seem to have focused more on understanding audiences and what gets audiences, and how to keep them captivated. So I'm going to jump into it. Yeah. There's a book by this gentleman called Martin Nemcea called Zag. And what he says is that when everyone zigs, you zag. So you know about zigging and zagging. So he says when everyone zigs, you zag. And in a very simple way, it seems to capture what we're trying to talk about. How do you get, people to see what you're doing and listen to you by zagging when the entire world is zigging? And like I said, there's a note there that, look, we're not promoting any particular brand. There's a brand called Zag Energy, so it's not the same thing. It's just about you zigging, zagging when others are zigging. Sorry, the guy will have to keep pace with me. I don't have a clicker. So question here is, how many of us are practicing whatever we studied in school? Poly, university, how many? Yeah, I just see like 5 or so or less hands. So the simple thing is, you can just go to the next slide. I don't have a clicker, I'm sorry. So if you aren't, and a whole lot of us are not, it only means that you've been zagging. It means that you're not necessarily doing what your parents or the world expected you to do. You chose to do something else entirely, and that is the entire idea of you doing something that you are very passionate about. So, as long as humanity exists, there's always that need for us to zag. Even from the days of cave painting and all, there was always a need to do something different. People want to stand out. It may be more prominent today, but the reality is that by nature, as human beings, we always want to stand out. So we want to really, be that guy that's, you know this guy very well, so I don't have to go into his story. We've been having Judy Oba for God knows how long, until he came along and everything changed. You can say the same about most of the guys you have on this slide. There was a particular day I was talking about my Jack to my 23-year-old son, and he couldn't believe it. He got so in fact, it just reminded me about this last weekend, that was a very memorable day for him, that he got to know about this particular artist. And he took more interest in him and all that. Because he did something different. He wasn't trying to be Bob Marley. He was himself. He was bringing his own voice to reggae. And I don't think anybody has tried to be as innovative as he did back then. Of course, Charlie Boy, Black Baja, and all that. So in other words, the people will remember are the guys who try to do something different. And if you're not doing that today, that is one thing you need to take away from this conversation. Ask yourself, what am I doing differently? I have a very simple way of looking at when I talk to people about even brand building a brand for yourself. I use an example. My family and I, we have an interest in quick service restaurant. So to start that business, it was like, look, the world doesn't need another Mr. Biggs or KFC or whatever. So what will you do that people will say, that is new? And you can apply that to life. The world doesn't need another whoever. Another whatever content creator that you follow. How can I be that different content creator? Let's move on. So now being different is, of course, the new cool. You have to be different. Of course, people can take it to a different level. Let's move on. So, I'm going to play this video and I'll tell you what. So sometimes it goes a little overboard. So the new generation, Gen Z, like we all talk about Gen Z. Take it to the level of Alte. See what happens with this video. Come on, please. We can't hear any voice, any audio. Anyway, they're going to solve. I hope we can get sound going forward because I have some videos to play. But the point we're trying to make here is that sometimes we take it overboard. So there's this thing about trying to stand out. And in trying to stand out, sometimes we don't know when we cross certain lines. I'm sure we know this. And that's why I see a lot of crazy weird stuff online in the name of, catching the cloud. Let's move on. I hope the sound will work going forward. Sorry. Let's move on. So, you all know you are the Nigerian mothers in the house, those who are mothers. If you were to try what that lady was doing, how would your mom respond to all of that? Oh, God. Okay. Can you please move to the next slide? the sad thing is that this addictive, nature of attention sometimes will push people to do very weird, very uncomfortable, very crazy stuff. I mean, we all know this. We see what happens online all the time. Some people even fake their own death so that people can, can follow or talk about them or do all sorts of crazy stuff. That's not what we're advocating here. It's about being responsible, doing something that is meaningful. But you must get attention, but not by any means possible, so to say. Let's move on. Let's move on, guys. Okay. So sometimes we will have problems with how some people stand out, as you can see. But one thing we can say is that, technical people are having challenges. Yeah. So we may have a problem sometimes and question how people stand out. But the truth of the matter is that as human beings, for our survival, we actually need to stand out. And that's how we survived to this point as a species. That's how we're here we are. I mean, we've heard about evolution and all the other things. But let's move on. As we speak, the current population of the world is 8.2 billion people on Earth. So for you to be seen, to be noticed, to do anything anybody will talk about, you really, really, must be different. So how do we go about that? Let's move on. So for brands and content, that's where we are. We're competing against all sorts of things. You're not competing against that next guy creating content, actually. You're competing against, believe it or not, a WhatsApp message that is going from A to B. So how do you stand out? How do you get people to take a look at you? Let's go. In our own world, in advertising where I've spent the best of my career, this is the kind of thing that we get asked all the time. A typical client, a potential client will be asking for requests about how they can stand out, how they can get differentiation. So those are the things that we in terms of a creative brief or an advertising brief from client, they want to develop campaigns and stuff, that would drive awareness, engage people and all of that. But most importantly, that people will remember something that stands out more than anything else. And you can apply that to what you do, even in an informal way. Let's move on. So why are brands concerned with awareness? And you can ask yourself as well, why should you be concerned about awareness? If there are loads and loads of content going on out there, and why should you worry about people being aware of what you do? That's the question. And of course, why worry about differentiation? Like I said, if I ask you now, how many content creators actually make sense to you? You probably can't count more than 10. But if you ask how many people actually create content on a second per second basis, quite a lot of people. So differentiation, of course, will be a big issue for all of us to worry about. Let's move. So, we don't know how many brands exist in the world today. I mean, because every second we're creating new brands. There are millions and millions of them. In the same sense, when you say, okay, is there a sense of people creating content today? We don't even know, because everybody with a mobile phone can create anything. So what do we do? Let's move on. So we are told that attention span is actually shrinking by 1.3 seconds. So this is a typical experience online. Scrolling.
Is it me?
So what am I going to do that will make you pause and see what I'm doing? I used to use one example. You can stop that now.
It looks like
in what we do, the average person is faced with all sorts of challenges. He's coming from work, he's on third mainland, God help you, it's raining that day, he's stuck in traffic, he gets home. So why will he get home, he turns on the TV or he turns on his phone and you engage him? It's only when you're able to engage such a person that you've actually done a great job or say, wow, there's something that can actually arrest my attention. And I think that's what it's about. So it's getting crazier by the day. The average Gen Z person only has like 1.3 seconds for what you have to say. Make sense or they're out. So of course the number of ads and of course content out there also is another problem. I mean, it's between 4,000 to 10,000, content that people are exposed to. And of course, that means it's not just an ad. Anything that is branded, anything that speaks to whatever it is. So they are competing for that person's attention. And you'll probably remember only 10 of them in one day. So God help you if you are not one of those 10. Let's move on. So if you imagine that this kind of thing is applied to your work today, in no time it's all exhausted. So we need to start looking at how do I stand out from the crowd. Let's go. Seth Godin is one of the gurus of marketing, and this is what he says. He says, in a crowded marketplace, fitting in is a failure. To fit in, to try to just be there, to just exist is a failure. Fitting in is a failure in a busy marketplace. Not standing out is the same as being invincible. So if you're not standing out, like they say, it's like when you're winking in the dark. That's what it is actually. Let's go. So there's one ad that speaks to why you should be different, and I hope you can hear the sound. This otherwise it's going to be, yeah. Can we just play that from Apple? Please play it.
Here's to the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs in the square holes, the ones who see things differently. They're not fond of rules, and they have no respect for the status quo. You can quote them, disagree with them, glorify or vilify them, but the only thing you can't do is ignore them. Because they change things. They push the human race forward. And while some may see them as the crazy ones, we see genius. Because the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do.
It's a mantra we all can apply to our lives, actually. This came about when Steve Jobs was called back to lead Apple, and he needed to relaunch the brand. And he came up with the iMac and all the other things. And he worked with a particular agency, TBWA Day, to come up with this. And I'm going to read the lines, and I think you can just commit it to memory. It's very important in terms, whatever you do today. It says, here's to the crazy ones. If they were making this ad for Africa or Nigeria, easily a fella will fit into all those greats that you saw in that ad. It says, they are the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs and the square holes, the ones who see things differently. They are not fond of rules. They have no respect for the status quo. Because those who think they're crazy enough to think they can change the world are those who change the world in real sense of it. So think about it. So when you're talking about being different, who are you? How do you see the world? What's your point of view? It's the starting point. And in a world that is crowded with all sorts of, everybody wants to do this. Everybody wants to dance on TikTok. So how many dances are we going to be watching? So I'm not saying don't dance on TikTok, but what makes your dance different? Why should I think differently about your dance? So if you think you're crazy enough to change the world, definitely you will change the world one day. Let's go. So virality is the new digital currency, and as long as you have a mobile device, you are a content creator. That's the truth. But we have to distinguish between a great content creator and also run content creator. You have to choose where you want to be. Let's move on. The creator economy today, I think we spoke about that even yesterday. Between now, as of now, it's more around $13 billion, with projections showing that it could reach up to $600 billion by 2032. By any standard, that is huge. So because there's an increasing demand for live interactive content, and of course, this is expanding monetization tools available to creators and across platforms. So the technology keeps getting better and better. And in a country like Nigeria with internet penetration of about 60-something% as we speak, there's still room for more to happen. So the more of that we see going around here, even here in Nigeria, there's a whole lot of money to be made. Let's go. So the value is driven, of course, by creators' ability to increase social platform traffic, improve user engagement, and generate advertising revenue through various monetization strategies like sponsorships, affiliate marketing, and of course, creator-supported memberships. I'm going to just jump a few things so I can save some time as we go along, but let's move on. So what I'm saying, in other words, is that the fourth wall has been broken down. The fourth wall, I'm sure we all know, is when we engage the audience. In those days, it was more of a one-way thing. I'm watching Village Headmaster, I'm doing whatever and all that, and I'm at home. And I'm waiting for it to end. And there's no way I can feed back what I see. But in today's world, the fourth wall, which is the audience, is looking in, as opposed to what it used to be in those days. So content creation is making viewers feel like insiders and not outsiders. You feel like you're part of the content. I mean, that's when the content is really great. And you can really see some examples as we go along that people really are part of the content. Let's go on. So let's look at some examples, and I'm going to go global and also come local to see what is going on in that respect. Let's go on, please. So live streaming is one such thing. It's really big. I'm going to show one or two examples. Let's go on, please. Next slide. So for those who follow live streaming, that's Twitch in particular. Twitch is it's a platform for gamers and all of that. I'm playing games and watching me. People are doing all sorts of things. The rumor is that this particular fellow, just got a mega contract, leading out to like $600 million and all of that on Twitch. It will surprise some of us, but this is what interests young people. I'm in Nigeria, you are in Saudi Arabia, you are in Singapore, and we're all playing, and it's become a very huge thing. It may not be so, but even here in Nigeria, surprised, I'm going to show one example that's local. You can move on to the next one. I'm going to show some Nigerian examples. Yeah. Please, the next one, so I don't do too much of. Yeah, so in Nigeria, for instance, this is also happening within that generation. Next slide. So for those who followed, I'm sure you probably know, there's a guy called Kata Efe, and this is what he's done. On Twitch, he has about 100 and, He got 1,200 viewers per stream as of 2025. Now, I don't play in this world, so please get me wrong. I'm not in that generation, but I'm interested in what is going on there and what we can do, as a community. But there are Nigerians who are playing there and making money. There's another one called Shank, becomes Africa's biggest on Twitch. Again, let's go on. So let's talk about how stories transcend digital while still engaging the audience. Next slide. The first thing we need to look at is that we should not box ourselves in. It's about multidimensionalism. How do we diversify? And I think that was even spoken about earlier. How do you diversify? You can't just be one way going forward. A story can have different, platforms, different ways of expressing the story. How do we really diversify our thinking so we don't box ourselves in? This guy, Mr. Beast, I'm sure we know about him, is a billionaire from YouTube. He started from just making content. I mean, the story about him, let's take like 1 minute, 2 minutes of his story. This guy started from just creating content on YouTube. He's a billionaire as we speak today. Go on, please.
In 2017, then teenager Jimmy Donaldson went viral for spending 44 hours filming a YouTube video from his home in North Carolina, just counting to 100,000. Now he's counting his billions. That's right, Mr. Beast has joined the billionaire club with a net worth of $1 billion. And as per Celebrity Net Worth, he earns about $50 million in a month. And this isn't the most interesting part. Forbes earlier estimated Mr. Beast's net worth at $85 million. He was ranked the top creator on their list. However, it was when court documents from a lawsuit related to his fast food chain, Mr. Beast Burgers, came out, that it was revealed that he actually earned $223 million in 2023 and was projected to make a whopping $700 million in 2024. These documents confirmed that he officially became a billionaire in June 2024 at the age of 26. While he was among the 16 billionaires in the world under the age of 30, he was the only one.
We can stop there. It's a long thing. It's a long. You need the video. Don't worry. You're going to see. But I will just speak to something. I was talking about how you can multidimensionalize some of these things. The guy knew he had a huge community out there. I'm not sure if anybody who remembers this particular time when he launched the Mr. Beast burger. People were willing to pay far more than they would spend on any QSR for his burger. It was madness in New York. People really came out on the day he launched that burger thing. Whether it's still existing or not, I don't know, but he was able to leverage on what he created online. So sometimes we just create some of these things and we don't see how to deepen it and engage with the community and say that you can even take from there and create a brand for yourself. We are too taken in by I want to tell a story and people are laughing, how many likes, how many what have you. Think beyond that. Think about it like a business. That's the point I'm just trying to make from what this guy has done. Let's go on. So start local, grow global. That's another thing. We need to look at how our local stories can travel. Oftentimes we're talking to ourselves. The biggest problem with the Nigerian content today is that when you compare to Korea, South Korea, for instance, we're not too conscious of that global audience. How can these stories climb beyond our shores? K-pop, K-drama, K-this, K-whatever. Or even their films sometimes. They'll look at Parasite, won an Oscar and all of that. So how do you start thinking about that global audience when we're talking about? There's something authentic about us, no doubt about it. But we can't just be talking to ourselves. If there's anything that has made our music to travel, it's because they can feel in the music elements that any young person anywhere in the world can relate with. And they feel you're bringing something fresh to the table. You know, like something they've not heard about before. So how do we apply that to what we're doing now? Let's go. So most content creators started as storytellers before diversifying. That's the truth of the matter. So storytelling is key to everything that we do. Let's go. Don't leave anyone behind. You need a community. If you don't have a community, you're just taking a walk, basically. You're just enjoying yourself online. So your community is very vital to everything that you do. And I think it was spoken about even earlier. You can't speak to everybody at the same time, no doubt about it. You have to zero in and say, who exactly am I speaking to? What do I know about them? You know, what will excite them? Yeah, let's see. So even here in Nigeria, just hold on. There was a recent screening of Demon Slayer, and Demon Slayer is just Japanese manga. I'm sure we know that. And of course, see what Nigerians did with it. Let's go. Please play that.
My favorite character was Zenitsu, but after watching it, Akaza.
My favorite character has always been Tanjiro, but right now, Akaza.
Tanjiro. And my favorite character now is definitely Muza.
10 out of 10. Trust me, the experience was worth it. Before the emotion made it more interesting.
It was nice, and the background was like, it was giving us.
It was amazing.
Tanjiro.
Zenitsu.
Zenitsu. Definitely.
Okay, let's go. The point to be made here is that this is manga from Japan, for God's sake. How many things do we have in Nigeria? Whatever happened to the things we grew up with? The stories we were told as kids, the things that were illustrated back then. So what have we even done to bring them to life? There are people who have written all sorts of things, you know. But oftentimes I think we look beyond. I don't see what's within us. But these are Nigerians vibing about some Japanese manga and what have you and all that. And living out the, and I'm not blaming them. People will consume what they are given. If we don't give them what we have, they're going to look elsewhere and get entertained. Let's go on. So, very obvious, you've got to start looking at uncharted territories. Go in the direction nobody is going. So in every space where you're playing, always go back to that my question. Does the world need another XYZ? You know, whatever it is that you're contending with. Let's go. So before you play, so this was created working with another agency from outside with our agency. There's a way that people will view advertising to children because we say these children are jebo and all of those things. But we chose to go this way, using pidgin English to speak to children about toothpaste. I'm sure you've seen it. Play, please.
All right, everyone, no put your ears, make we talk. Time don't reach to rearrange the sounds to give una small wisdom. Una think say una sabi. Sounds might be fresh now, but in our own, I beg no be so. Before una go talk, say our smell no reach. Make una think am twice so. We know they here to the point una with our small finger. We show una solution instead. Ever heard of Colgate, the #1 oral care brand in the world? On a slide, we'll find like simple as it's supposed to be. You can see why we are the coolest around. For zero cavity and long-lasting fresh breath. Mom, it's your time to brush. Mama and Papa buy am, use am, and shine your smile. No more cover mouth. Because we Colgate, that will do yaga with your smile.
Most brands will shy away from showing imperfection. So think about it. But people are more interested in that thing that we want to shy away from. That's what really piques our interest. Let's go. I don't know at the time. I'm sure you've seen this before, Airtel and all that. But again, the importance of this about standing out, about being different. And I said, you have to pardon me, I'm in advertising. But apply it to whatever you're doing. And it is not advertising in a real sense. It's content. It's really, really content because we follow what people say online when we release these things. And what happened with this particular piece of work was that at that point in time, Airtel was disadvantaged. It didn't have a 4G network, unlike the other guys that had 4G. And they needed to say something important. And they thought that, look, the best we could do now is that we have data that was working well, whether it is 4G or 10G, it didn't really matter to the audience. So can we tell stories that people can resonate with, or resonate with people rather, and relate with? That relatability was exactly what led to this story. And it changed the entire category, even beyond the category, because people could see something in there that, that was different. Let's play it. Just.
That's the situation. Everybody's speculating. They say, what have we done to deserve this constant changing? Father, hear us, cause we trust the failures. They say, look to the Lord for salvation and He shall redeem you. Lord, I'm getting frustrated. Yes, I'm losing my patience. I've been waiting for so long. How long will this go on for? Got my back against the wall. I've been waiting for so long. There's the situation. Everybody's close to breaking. They say, what have we done to deserve this troublemaking? Father, hear us, cause we trust the friend God. They say, look to the Lord for salvation and He shall redeem you. I'm getting frustrated. Yes, I'm losing my patience. I've been waiting for so long. How long will this go for? Got my back against the wall. Just been taking anymore. Cause this is who we are. It's our reality. It's our reality now. This is who we are. It's our reality. It's our reality now.
Airtel, the smartphone network. It changed the entire narrative in terms of, look, there's something in storytelling. And that's the lesson for all of us, really. And from that moment on, the brand could not look back. From a far number 3, it became a close number 2. And of course, rest is history. Let's move on. This is our job, really. We have to give people an unforgettable experience. It's all about the experience. We're in the attention economy. That is the reality. We're in the attention economy. Attention is more important today. That's what we're paying for. That's what people are really, looking for. So whatever you're going to do, it's going to be able to grab the attention and leave them with a very unforgettable experience. Let's go on. Like I said, a second time I'm referring to this gentleman. It brought color to the entire thing called Ojude Oba. It's been there forever. But there was something that he did that was able to command attention and leave people feeling different. More than anything else. And he had a story. That's another thing. He was just, coming out of surviving cancer and a whole lot of other stuff and living his life. Whether you agree with his lifestyle or not, that's nobody's business. But he did something that made him stand out in the midst of so many colorful people. Yeah. And of course, from that moment on, Ojude Oba became a very big phenomenon online in terms of people's attention. More recent one, go on. Hilda Baci. Just recently, of course, there's been a lot of talk about jollof rice, but she took a different dimension with jollof rice and making a name for herself. So there's a whole lot you can do in terms of what you're doing and what. It doesn't have to be as big a phenomenon as this. It can be something small that creates engagement and attention for people, but make it unforgettable more than anything else. Let's go. I'm referring to this not because I'm a fan of Big Brother. I don't have a problem with it, but I'm not the audience. But I love what they've been able to do in terms of being able to really get their audience. And beyond that, if there's anything that speaks to that fourth wall being broken, it's only on this kind of content that you find that even if you don't win the prize money, once you win the audience, you are made for life. People are buying cars for the ones they are following. They're doing all sorts of things, and you are number 4 or 5 on that content program, and you still go somewhere, you're a big star. And why is that so? Because of the way they've leveraged audience engagement. And that's why everybody wants to be there. Now, there's a problem with that. Every brand, whether they are relevant to it or not, they want to be on it. That is a problem. That is a big, big problem. I wouldn't advise any brand to just do that. Yeah, but it is so bad. If you remember, last year was the Olympics, not so? Was it? Yeah, last year, 2024. How many brands were featured on, leveraging the Olympics? You could count maybe 5 or 6 serious brands. But every brand, about that same time, everybody wanted to be on Big Brother Nigeria because there's an audience. That's what they've done. But more important thing for me is the fact that it's a good example of how communities matter with content. They've done it fantastically. And there's no other Big Brother franchise that is actually competing with the way Nigeria has leveraged it in that regard. Let's go. The same thing happened with the Squid Game here in Nigeria. People actually living out the experience of the Squid Game. Again, and you got to ask yourself, we create beautiful films and all of that here, but how many people here are actually trying to go beyond just showing me a film? That I actually have an experience from that film? That I can actually go out there and people are trying to replicate that world. That is when you are successful. It should not just end in the cinema hall or watching it on Netflix. Is it such an experience that I want to really take it out and become that character or live that world? That's what we need to start asking ourselves. Let's go on, please. Again, we should look at content that takes a stand against the norm. Fight the status quo as much as you can. Next slide. This was done by Burger King as a brand, and I'll just show you just one thing that they did. Go to the next slide. I'll just play one. I don't have to do the ad. Now, before you play it, normally brands like this want to show you very beautiful burgers and everything looking appetizing and all that. But guess what these guys did? They took a big risk. Play that ad and we'll speak to it.
What a difference a day made. 24 little hours. What a difference a day made. I know in my heart the difference is you.
Simple story, if you missed it. They're saying they don't use preservatives and all those things when they make their burger, unlike other brands. So they leave the burger in real life to actually decompose, so to say. Unlike the others that are using preservatives, if they were to use the same thing, do the same thing for like 1 week, 2 weeks, it might still stay well polished and all that. That's what we're consuming. But it's a big risk for them to do that. Although we won't talk about it today, they never went that way. I mean, it's a very risky way to go, but it's bold on their part. I just thought I should bring that up. You don't have to play the case study. Let's move on for time's sake. Let's go on. I'm sure we know this. Adolescents. Just last week, Emmy Awards, the lead character became the youngest Emmy Award winner for acting. The beauty of adolescents, why I'm bringing up is because this is our own world, is that they were able to touch on a topic that meant something. Violence among young people. Because it was based on a particular insight that young people were not, out of 10 boys, only about 2 or 3 of them were showing interest in girls that I want to marry at some point or whatever. And they were having issues, a bit of anger issues, other issues. This was what they found out. And they created a whole limited series on it, on Netflix. And it is so gripping that even the Prime Minister of the UK couldn't help but talk about it. That we need to look at some. They have a big knife, thing in the UK where young people are knifing themselves and all sorts of things. But this is the power of content creation. Think about things around us. Take a stand. Don't just go with the flow. What are the things that matter to us as Nigerians? I'm not saying it will be the same thing as the UK. And speak to it. Let me give an example. There's a topic that really, concerns me. The issue of language. Somebody who's very close to me posted something recently. In fact, 2 of them, my brother and one other person, about their kids starting school. These are like 2-year-old or whatever. And they were, English, very good English and all that. And I feel so sad. A kid under 10, exposed to any language, 10 languages, is equipped to speak those languages comfortably. That's the way we've been, wired. Why do we limit ourselves to speaking only English to our children? And we glorify it. We are content creators. Who is making an issue out of that today? It's a big national tragedy. We may still be alive and all that, but I can tell you in the next 50 years, some of these languages will start dying. Due to nobody's fault but ours. So who is talking about it? Where do we see that in our content? Those are issues. Among so many other issues. So think about it. So this went very well, for the young man, and but the thing is that it started a national conversation. So what is it that we're going to start talking about today that will mean something to all of us as Nigerians or Africans? Let's go on. So take a stand for humanity. Let's go next line. Black Lives Matter was such a phenomenon in the US and beyond the US. But what is it about us? This is not about protesting against government now. It's about issues that matter to us. And how do we speak about those issues and give them momentum? Let's go on. I'll show you just one more example of what a brand did to challenge things. So this was on the back of Black Lives Matter. But remember that before it started, there had been issues and issues and issues before then. But a brand like Nike chose to stand by that issue, and it almost cost it the entire brand. Let's go. Play.
Several people posting videos burning Nike shoes.
Nike is running straight into a political controversy.
People are so angry they're burning their own shoes.
Colin Kaepernick refused to stand during the national anthem, taking a knee to protest police brutality.
Nike revealed Colin Kaepernick as the face of its latest marketing campaign.
Believe in something, even if it means sacrificing everything.
Is Nike taking a risk?
I think they're taking a stand.
Tonight, the first game of the new season, and Nike is running an ad featuring Colin Kaepernick.
If people say your dreams are crazy, good. Stay that way.
No
else this country was talking about this last night at their dinner table.
And I'm never buying another Nike product again.
Nike stock today dropping 3%.
Who's going to win this cultural showdown of standing for the anthem? We are. Check this out. I went out today and bought me some Nikes.
I want to applaud Nike. Speak up. We're right behind you.
This thing is bigger than just the United States, and I think it resonates throughout the world.
Kaepernick asegura que es
Just do it.
Nike stock reached an all-time high last Friday. I'm gonna buy more Nikes now.
Nike's on the right side of history.
Issues that we don't speak about. This was for just mutilation.
Nígbà kan bí àwa yìí náà, wọ́n dábẹ́ fún wa.
Ilé wa ló wà. Pàtẹ́lẹ̀ wá sílé wa. Mo wá sùn, ó dẹ̀ mú mi dání. Ó wá mú kí kọ̀dí sílẹ̀ sílẹ̀ ó wá fi gbé.
Àṣà ni mi ò lè jẹ́ kó rò kú lórí mi. Nǹkan tí àwọn bàbá ńlá bàbá wa tán ti ṣe.
ó pẹ́ jù 12-13 years ló di méjì.
Ọmọ tí ò bá dábẹ́ yẹn, ó máa flẹ́ẹ̀tì.
They don't want the girls to be promiscuous and a lot of other beliefs that are not correct or right. We need to reorientate the parents.
What you can do to help is simply say, stop the cut.
We need to involve all stakeholders.
So these are really issues
We
that,
won't chase it
you know,
in
our
girls.
own
We
world.
do not have to mutilate them. A man who has a wandering eyes, do not remove the eyes of the man.
The question is, how many of us are talking about some of these issues? What do we see online? We can't just be entertained alone, laugh, whatever, and all that. I mean, you can talk about serious issues in ways that are not so serious. That's where you come in as the genius. Let's go. Oh, we've spoken a lot about music. Let's just go. Music is, big content, from Whiskey to Thames to Burna Boy to all of them. Africa is doing great. Nigerians in particular, I mean, we've really, really turned things. But of course, I'm focused on these two guys because they were smart enough to be able to trap some of that in Nigeria. Some of these guys are signed up to international labels, and the bulk of that money doesn't come to Nigeria. But just a few people are smart enough because we need to know our money. When the concerts happen in December, how many of them come and how much do we really make? Those are issues that people, in that world can. Let's go on. So, most important thing though, which you have to respect them for, is the fact that we've been bold enough to sell our Africanness. When I was in university, it was in the days of Chris Okotie and co, and we're trying to sing like Westerners, right? I went back to that same campus about a year or two later. That was when Shino Peters was huge. And I was shocked to hear people playing Shino Peters. It couldn't happen in my own time. But it has gone beyond Shino Peters. I mean, you go to any part of Africa today, anywhere I was in Canada of recent, you will hear Nigerian music in the malls and wherever you go. And you will see some examples of how far we've traveled. But one thing you have to give them, they are not shy about where they're coming from, about their identity. They will speak the Pidgin, they will speak the Yoruba or Igbo or whatever, and these guys are forced to sing along because we're not being, apologetic about who we are. And that's what they've done very well, and they're making big money doing that as well. Let's go on. Of course, the world took notice of that. Internet, of course. The next slide will show you something. Let's go on. Yeah. So here's Kanye West. Go to the first one. Vibing to...
I want to
Go to the next one so we can save time. This is the English national team. You have to pause that. Pause that one first. Okay. Now, you can pause. So, as far as I'm concerned, it's a good development. But what are we doing about it? How are we leveraging it further? It's soft power. To get the entire world to start doing this is soft power. I'm not charging anything. Whatever happened to just any one person here going around the world and seeing how well you vibe to Nigerian music? Isn't that some content? If you do it very well. In a way, that, I mean, you talk about, what's it called? The karaoke thing in the car. Carport karaoke, I can't remember now. Think about this. Think about what do you do to Nigerian content that can travel the world? That can get, if you already have an audience. So those are things that can stand you out. And I'm not charging anything for that if you do it well. Just remember that I talked about it one day. Let's go. So how can brands or yourself communicate, stand out, audiences through stories, and increase profitability? Quick one. I'm about to wrapping up now. So this applies to brands and applies to you. You as a brand, your content as a brand. So first we need to know who the brand is, or your content, what your content is, the persona, what you're about, the essence of the brand, how they want to be seen, that is perception, and who they want to speak to, that is your target audience, your community. Who are you talking to? Once you can get all of these things, I'm sure you'll be in a good space. Let's go to the next slide so we can. So from our traditional advertising, this is how it's risen. Next slide. So when you notice things happening all of a sudden, whether on your phone or online, on the road and all that, it's not happening by accident. It is all planned. So what I'm saying in other words, that when you have your content planned as well, what are you trying to do? Be very deliberate about who you're talking to and how to reach them and what you expect from them. Let's go on. So in classical advertising, marketing communications, these are the 4 steps that we look at in terms of how things work. First, there's a cue. In other words, I just saw this Martina on the billboard. Then, of course, there's craving. I feel like drinking it. Or I just seen a little bit of, this particular thing. I mean, Adekunle Gold at some point talked about, there's a new album project on Fuji and all that. And that, got my interest. So that's like applying it out to Martina. That, okay, I'm interested. So if he releases it, I'm most likely going to, download and see whatever it's got. So there's craving, then there's response. Response is I just bought this kind of Martina or any other brand for that matter to drink at home. Of course, there's reward. I'm satisfied having taken this particular thing. I'm satisfied watching your... I'll give you an example. This is what I say. Please, don't skim me, or if you skim me, that's still fine. The Nigerian audience is the best audience you can ever get anywhere in the world. Why did I say that? They will watch whatever content, especially on YouTube. They will watch a film. After 1 hour, 2 hours, the film is finished and say, the thing not even sweet. But they were there patiently till the end. Am I right? They said, it's not even sweet. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. So imagine if you feed them real good content. Because they're very forgiving. But that's the reality. Let's go on. So the same thing will apply to content creators. You have to, the reinforcement will come from studying your algorithm and learning how to... So there's data. Data is also important for you. Learning how to manipulate what you see, how you see, how you see and how you resonate with it is very key to success. Like you have to be deliberate, you have to plan it. Like that brand, like that Martina is planning it. You also plan what you're trying to achieve. Let's go on. In summary, so in today's noisy world, no brand or content will win, for attention alone. You have to work in collaboration with so many other elements and people. Voice, presence, interaction, and timing all work together to turn a brand into the one consumer choose and remember. We need to go crazy about some content again. I mean, I'll give an example how you can dip in some of these things. When Wedding Party came out, it was a beautiful piece of content. But beyond seeing it at the cinema, if we were planning it I will start looking at, oh, how do I make this something that will be the in thing for every wedding that happens about this time? You know, I can actually start a new content on weddings on the back of that wedding party stuff. But that didn't happen. We're too focused on, let's shoot the film, make our money, and make the next film. No. We have to be able to leverage and milk it. That's how the world works. Look at the Squid Game, for instance. When they did the Squid Game, I'm not sure they even had any thought of, let us do a Squid Game reality where people are actually coming to compete. But they did eventually. Or maybe it wasn't the plan. But these are the things that we need to start thinking about. So how you speak, where you are seen, how you interact, and what you choose to react to are key to making any brand or any content for that matter the apple of the audience's eye. Last slide or thereabout, let's go on. Yeah. So key takeouts for me, you have to capture attention, and that requires being different. Find what makes you different. I said that earlier. Who am I? What makes me different? What will I do differently? Number 2, find your community. And you can't be talking to everybody. It's like I'm throwing you tennis balls. You can only catch one at a time. I can't throw you 5, 6 balls and you catch them. So find your community. Get them involved as much as possible. That's the simplest path to building true loyalty. And stick with them, Brands are stories, just as your content also is a story. So tell emotive ones that humanize your brands or your subject. What is the subject? Is it about female genital mutilation, for instance, or something else? About growing up, in Nigeria. So curate meaningful experiences that make people feel and connect and remember. Lastly, don't play it safe. Don't play it safe. You have to be bold, by being regular. Don't play it safe. So if you do that, you'll miss your chance to be truly, truly great. I think on that note, let's see the next slide. I think it's a thank you from me. Thank you very much.
I don't even know what to say. This was a master class. See, my brochure, it turned into a notebook. I was just scribbling. Thank you very much, sir. I don't know. I think, sir, please, would you give us these slides? Yes, we need it. Who else needs it? This was amazing. Like, I couldn't even get up to use the restroom. So if accidents happen here, I'm sorry in advance. But honestly, this was just amazing. And to get somebody of his caliber to come teach us is something we don't take for granted. God bless you, sir. Please, does anyone have any questions to ask? Let's milk him now that we have him. This guy he's loaded. Who has heard of Noah's Ark? If you've been in the advertising industry for a while, you would have heard of Noah's Ark. Yeah. So he's the person that called the animals 2 by 2 into the ark. And he's also the president of AAAN. So, any questions? None. My question, sir, is that Mr. Beast slide? Epos. How do you see? Okay, there are lots of things going on in my head, but let me try to streamline it. You're online, you see all of these things happening, you see lots of content every single day. Are there some content that you see and you see potential in that content, but you just have some sort of reservations about how the content creator is creating the content, positioning the content, or something like that? Could you just give us an example of something that you've seen, a particular piece of content with potential that if some tweaks are done, it can get better? Because at the end of the day, when you were showing us that slide, especially of the Mr. Beast, my madam at the top here, she was catching cold. She was just shouting, ah! Ah! Some of us got stuck at the 50 million a month. Are you kidding? So, these are things that appeals to us and our village people. But it's just not, for many of us, we're struggling. So could you just help us see reality, many of our realities today, vis-a-vis what we can actually do to position better, please?
Okay. Quick fact, I'm not too much of that avid content follower and all that. But I do see a lot of stuff. But I think because a whole lot of things look too common, everybody's trying to do almost the same thing. So I kind of lose it. But there are opportunities. And it starts from you focusing on a particular area, what will interest people. And it's back to that same model. What am I interested in first and foremost? Because if you're not passionate about something, you may not be able to teach anybody about, So that your passion point, is there a community that actually is interested in that passion point? So what do I need to do to bridge that gap? Okay, one or two are doing some things well. Like the guy that does the travel thing. There's so many people doing travel log and all sorts. And there's this other guy. Is it Ayeni or I don't know. I think what's his name now? Huh? Yeah. And he started very small and all those things. It's done well. But now, if I'm going to be doing what he's doing, that's where the problem will be. How can I do mine differently? But what I see, I call it the pure water mentality in Nigeria. We can't even remember the first guy that started pure water. But when there's money in pure water. So it cannot be pure water. Right? It must be something that is in you and you can find a community out there. There's this Ikigai phenomenon from Japan. What it says is that what you have that you can monetize and there's a market waiting for it out there, it helps you to streamline what you're trying to do. So, take for instance, cooking show, cooking this, there, all sorts of people doing cooking. I don't know who in particular that stands out. Maybe I'm not in their audience. But think about it. What will I do about cooking that will make even people who are not interested like me take interest in you? So you have to really, and one of the things I would advise, you can't do it alone like we said. Put together a team, friends, whoever, brainstorm this thing. What is in existence? I can use myself as an example. I talked briefly about it. Anybody here knows a brand called Labule? Restaurant? Okay. I'll disclose it. So that's my family business. My wife runs it. But the bulk of that came from my own thinking. She's a trained accountant. She's a fellow of ICANN. She never went to culinary school or whatever, but she's always been interested in cooking, And she was doing a bit of small-time catering. But it never really made sense. She will have to break even, right? Then the other thing was that she was also making pap, making it at home. And people were so interested because of the hygiene and all these things and the way it was. And that taught me something. There's a middle class somewhere there that is very much in touch with their identity. They love being Nigerian, but they want to get something of quality. So in doing the restaurant, let me just back. So I said, that was a trigger for me. That you cannot make it doing this small-time catering. Let us create a brand. You will create that brand. You can still do catering when you've created that brand, but first create a brand, right? Now, how will you be different from that's why I was using the example of the restaurant. So we said, we will focus on being Nigerian. And we went around. We went to Ibadan where people are making amala. We went to this. We were just eating and finding out what's working, what's not, to curate an experience. So when people came there and saw us, that they could tell there was something that was deliberate behind the brand, but they wouldn't tell the amount of work that we did before we got there. You get the point I'm making? So relate that to what you're doing. Put heads together. Look at the SWOT analysis of what is working in this content area, that content area. Who is doing what? Who are the top 3 people I have to compete against? What are they doing differently? What can I do better? Don't limit yourself to Nigeria. What is happening globally? How can I take that experience here and be a different person? You might try 10 or so different things, but I think 1 or 2 of them will really, really do very well. So it starts from there, really. It's about standing out. You can see me struggling to find the right whatever. But if you do what is right, I'm sure you will find a way to make it happen. Thank you very much.
Okay. There's lots of work for us to do. You now know that there's a lot of work for us to do. It's not just carry camera and start talking. We have to go back to the drawing board.
Thank you very much, sir. I've had time to listen to you, and I wish I can listen to you over and over again, because you don't bore me at all. But there's something I picked. So there seems to be a sync, or there should be a sync between content and advertising. And that line, we've not gotten there yet. As creatives, especially people who put out content. And I'm talking to not the big content makers, but the skit makers, the small content. So, sir, how can we actually monetize? Because I seem to be very interested in that. By virtue of getting ads on the content that we have, do we have to get to a particular level, or is this something that we can just approach with pilot? Because it's a very murky terrain. So that's what I want to help us to shed more light on, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So just to get it right, when you say, of course, I agree with you, and I said it earlier, that what we call advertising is actually content. Because, I'll give an example. When we were doing the Rainbow, whatever, and order for Airtel, we actually proposed to the client to actually shoot a film. Because it's content. People want to see what's happening there. So the lines are actually blurred to a very degree. I agree in that regard. As regards getting people on your stuff, I think it will require some investment. Do it first. Do it well. Let your content pull them. When you go to them to say, hey, please come on board, buy you cheap as well. I think that is the real thing. Do content that is exciting enough, and you can actually show them that, look, I can do it. Yes, I'm in advertising, but I can bring a fresh perspective to what you've been doing before, which is relevant to your brand and all. But I think the first thing is that you must have something to sell, something that people can help but say, wow, I need to be part of what this guy is doing. Yep. Okay.
Do we have any other question? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for attending Nemcea 2025. I am so grateful to each and every one of you for taking out the time to come be with us yesterday and today as well. My name is Amaka Chibuzo-Obi, and I would be handing over the mic to our Financial Secretary of MCOAN for her to give us the closing remarks. But before then, I would like to say that we have refreshments at the back there. After the closing remarks, I would please ask that our partners and sponsors be allowed to go first to get their refreshments, and then others will follow them to the back as well. On behalf of MCOAN and on behalf of myself, I say a very big thank you once again to all the panelists, the moderators, and especially you all, our amazing guests. Thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing you all at Nemcea 2026, God willing. Thank you.
Told me he been on some positive shit. Yeah. Lately, I just want to show up and body some shit.
Wow. I'm sure you all enjoyed yourself, especially this last, masterclass. I should call it a masterclass, really, because I am one person that has been really touched. It's like he was talking to me. At some point, I was like, having goose pimples all over me. I want to say thank you so much, sir. We truly appreciate you and your coming. So the very distinguished guests and everyone present here, this is something we have been doing annually for the past 4 years. But I think as the year go by, we keep improving. And I want to, what's happening? Hello? Okay. I want to believe that you all enjoyed yourself, thoroughly, today and even yesterday. So Nemcea, 2025, I want to say, has been an improved version of what we have been doing all these years with the introduction of, the masterclass, AI, masterclass, and different, masterclasses that we have gotten, the past 2 days. I want to say a big thank you on behalf of the chairman BOC, Mkwan. Mkwan, by the way, as you all have in your brochure, is the electronic consent, owners association, and we can't thank you all enough. I want to believe that there is, still more room for improvement. So we'll be calling on you from time to time. Maybe next year is another one to come join us to learn more things and get, schooled on so many areas of production. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I'm wishing all of you safe journey back home. Those of you who are going to join us this evening for the awards, you are highly welcome. I'm sure some of you have gotten the cards, the invites for the awards. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We really appreciate all of you. Johnny, merci back home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mom. God bless you. Please, our partners and sponsors, go for your refreshments, and then everyone else can. For those who asked about the Nemcea Academy yesterday, please go out there and ask for Jason. You can't miss him. He's very tall. Ask for Jason and get information about the Nemcea Academy from him. Thank you.
All this time, never thought I'd make it out.